Oops, sorry. I called to order the January 13th, 2026 closed session meeting of City Council at 5:04. Madam City Clerk, a roll call, please.
Councilmember Francois.
Here.
Councilmember Keegan.
Here.
Councilmember Jackson.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy.
Happy New Year.
Mayor Seaman.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, public comment. Madam City Clerk, do we have anyone for public comment either in person or in Zoom?
Mayor, we did not receive any speaker cards in person, and we do not have any virtual attendees.
Okay. Seeing none then, we will recess to the closed session. Thank you. Ready? Excuse me. Mike? Jason? Ready to go? Ready. Take that as a yes. Okay, hello everyone. Good evening and a Happy New Year to everyone. I call to order the January 13th, 2026 regular meeting of the City Council at 6:03. We'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. Would someone volunteer for the Pledge of Allegiance? Adam Wilson? Olson? Who's Adam Wilson? Oh, Adam, are you in? Okay, thank you. You were volunteered, by the way, you know. Thank you, Adam. All right, Madam City Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Francois.
Here.
Councilmember Keegan.
Here.
Councilmember Jackson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy.
Here.
Mayor Seaman.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Myra. Mr. City Attorney, would you please provide the closed session report?
The City Council met on the items listed on the agenda. There are no reportable actions.
Thank you, sir. Now we're up to announcements and upcoming city events. Do any of my colleagues have any announcements? None? Seeing none. I have one. The State of the City address is going to be this Thursday, January 15th, in the Clark Building. Starts at 6 o'clock and ends at 8 o'clock. It's going to be very interesting and exciting. Been working very hard on it, and I would like to invite everyone in the city to come to it. I'm sure we can make room for everyone in the Clark Building. Not sure what the seating capacity is there, but we'll do our best to get everyone in there. So please join me for the State of the City address, January 15th, this Thursday, at the Clark Building at 6 o'clock. Thank you. Privileged agenda. We have a motion to approve the agenda.
So move, Mr. Mayor.
All right, and second?
I'd like to pull the consent calendar item 15H. That's the
15H.
Planning Commission minutes that included the
Okay.
development on 901 Hermosa Avenue. So
All
I'd
right.
like to pull that
And-
from the consent.
And then, is there a second then?
And I'll second
And a
that
second, all right.
with that.
All right, Madam City Clerk, would you please open the voting?
Voting is now open.
No, it's actually working well.
Councilmember Francois. Councilmember Jackson.
Aye.
Councilmember Keegan.
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy. Mayor Seaman.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, proclamations and presentations. We have the local contest winners of the Los Angeles Public Library 2025 Children's Bookmark Contest. Madam City Clerk. Of course, Mayor invites. Could we have Genevieve Giuliano come to the podium, please, and announce the winners?
Before I announce the winners, I wanted to announce we have a magic show tomorrow at the Hermosa Beach Museum at 3 o'clock. The library is still under construction, but we are having a magic show tomorrow at 3. Do you want to present them with the plaque? now,
Yes,
or no?
absolutely. Should we announce the winner? Oh, okay.
I'll go slow then. Our first winner in the K through 2nd category is Hannah Olson. And Hannah actually prepared a little something about her inspiration with a picture. Here's her.
So, I have 3 goldfish at home. If you want to see a picture in a minute, I can show you. But, I love sea marine life, and it just inspired me to make something about it, and I love drawing. So it makes me very interested in doing the contest. And I thought that my bookmark design would be fun if I knew I was going to win or not. So I thought it would be fun to make. And the inspiration I thought was kind of funny. And I thought it would match the libraries, kind of. Or like, it would, well, kind of go with my personality. Hold up your fish. These are my 3 pet goldfish. They help me inspire to make this creation. Show the people behind you. This side. And these. That was part of my inspiration. And that's how I thought of the idea. When I got it, I started to work on it right away. When I got the idea.
Did you? Oh. Okay. Our winner in the 3rd through 5th grade category is Aria Brugnatelli. Sarah. Our middle school winner in the 6th to 8th grade category was Dylan Heights. Not here yet, but here it is. And our high school winner is Ruby Richardson.
My inspiration is my grandma. She's an artist, and she's just always been a really big inspiration for me. I love making art. That's it.
Okay, so I would like to read this certificate of recognition first. Whereas the Hermosa Beach branch of the County of Los Angeles Public Library conducted its 46th annual bookmark contest, which highlights the wonder and importance of books and reading, and challenges parents, educators, and librarians to nurture kids' love of reading and libraries through art. And whereas we are here to recognize those students who have expressed their love of books and reading by designing creative bookmarks. Now, therefore, I, Rob Seaman, Mayor of the City of Hermosa Beach, California, do hereby extend my personal congratulations and those of our City Council to Hannah Olson, Aria Brugnatelli, Dylan Haight, and Ruby Richardson. Thank you. And I have your certificates. There you go. Sure. Thank you very much. Congratulations. You're all very talented young ladies. Our next item, 11B. Madam City Clerk?
11B, announcement of the winner of the 16th Annual Parking Permit Art Contest.
Would Paula Avila please come to the podium to announce the winners and present the artwork?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. I'm here to present the the winner of the 16th Annual Parking Permit Art Contest, Madeline Bergay. From what we've been told, it looks like the design was inspired by the Hermosa Beach coastline and glowing sunset. With that, I do want to Madeline's already here, so just present Madeline with the award, and this is for the 2026-27 parking permits, which start February 2nd. So Madeline? Thank you so much. Yeah.
Congratulations, Madeline.
When we get those passes out,
Why don't you get down there and get in the picture?
only if the mayor invites us.
Oh, thank you so much.
Script, invite council members now.
What's that?
And puts it in the script, invite council members now.
Let's see.
Thank you so much.
Nope, she didn't write it in there.
You okay?
That happens a lot. My friend just texted me and said she could hear us whispering in the microphone. That's what that text was.
All right. Let's move on to Madam City Clerk, public comment. Do we have anyone for public comment in person in Zoom?
Mayor, we did receive one speaker card from Steve Izant.
Mayor Seaman, members of the City Council, City Manager and staff, Steve Izant, Chairman of the Hermosa Beach Planning Commission. At our December meeting, we had a project come before us, a precise development plan. In a precise development plan, if square footage increases by more than 10%, parking has to be addressed. This project does not have any parking, and although they added a third floor, the square footage did not increase because they came up with a very creative thing. They decommissioned some space, said, we won't use it. Now, that's perfectly legal. The commission and the city council actually have done this before with Vista. They said that they would set aside some back rooms, never use them, in exchange for more space in their patio. The project passed on a 4-1 vote, but the entire commission had some concerns. In our resolution, item number 20, staff had written specifically, the decommissioned space can never be used. The commission wanted to add a financial penalty if that was violated. Staff told us we could not do that. So that led us to, you'll see in the minutes, 15H, which have been pulled, to recommend to the city council that the penalty is not the right word. Let's call it in a precise development plan. The ultimate thing is the city could sue that landlord if 5 years from now, when you're all in the state senate or assembly and I'm gone, they start renting out that space. What is the penalty? We're not sure that we have the tools right now to do that. We would like staff to investigate, but our great director reports to the city manager, who reports to you. So that is the reason why we're recommending that we spend some staff time. Now, what I would like to see, what I hope happens, is that at the end of your evening, you have future agenda items. I hope there's a discussion and a majority vote to have a formal discussion sometime in the future. We are not unmindful that staff has a tremendous amount of work already on their plate. And this is not a hair on fire situation, but we think it's important from a long range standpoint to protect the citizens of Hermosa that this issue be examined and strengthened where possible. And with my 24 seconds, I think probably what I'll do is I'll tell you I'm going to go home, make myself a large drink, and watch you guys on TV when it comes to scheduling future agenda items. And I yield back my 10 seconds.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor, City Attorney, City Manager. You know, a lot of people come up here from time to time with opinions and ideas and all the things that they think that we should be doing as a city. And I wanted to just come up here and just thank the city, thank each and every one of you, staff, everybody that made our presentation last Saturday, the re-unveiling of the Centennial Mural, a major success. It was truly a pleasure working with city officials and staff. Everything was completely seamless. I think the universe was lined up for us, if you will. And so I'm just up here on behalf of myself, my team, Kiwanis, et cetera, just say thank you. Thank you for being so easy to work with. Thank you for making it a success. Thank you.
Thank you. You have almost 2 minutes left. You want to keep thanking us?
Next, we have Nancy Shawpop.
No, just joking. Thank you so much. Hi, Nancy.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. It would have been so much better if I could have followed Commissioner Izant because that was awesome, and I hate to kill the mood. I'm speaking now as this is the last agenda item, 17I, and it looks like you have a long agenda, and I think that's going to be late. And I'm not going to be with Commissioner Izant, but I too will be home with a large drink. So thank you for your service. It seems a handbook for commissioners would be welcome, and that's not out of line with other jurisdictions. I hope, however, that council has had the opportunity to read it closely, and perhaps council and staff has had the opportunity to discuss the contents with sitting commissioners, old and new, to learn what they would find helpful or less so. As to the content, I was surprised to read this. Perhaps I'm misinterpreting it from page 18. This is a direct quote. Communication with council. It is the staff liaison's role to communicate to City Council the findings of the board and commissions. Where the commission recommendations are different from those of staff, staff will present both positions to City Council in the staff report and presentation. Fair enough. The quote continues. Commissioners are not permitted to speak during City Council meetings on topics that have come before their commission. They may, however, make phone calls or send emails to City Council with copies to their staff liaison. I, as a member of the public, would love to be able to observe that discourse and not have it go on behind closed doors. I think if a commissioner disagrees with something in a staff report or thinks a staff report is inaccurate, they should be able to stand up speaking on their own and state their piece. I actually had a flashback to the City Council meeting on September 10, 2024, when the City Council was considering a policy that would prohibit council members from speaking to the press about a matter that had occurred during a City Council meeting. There was a lot of discourse about that, and a lot of people spoke up saying they thought that violated the First Amendment, freedom of speech, freedom of the press. So I would request that this provision be reconsidered and perhaps modified to allow commissioners to exercise their First Amendment rights without having to resign from the commission on which they are sitting in order to speak in public. Thank you again for your service.
Thank you.
Next, we have Lana to speak about the Green Store.
Good evening, ladies, gentlemen, mayors, city councilmen. I'm here to thank you for taking the opportunity to hear me tonight. I'm from the Green Store. My name is Lana Estwani. And as you know, the Green Store is not a restaurant. It's not a bar. It's not a nightlife attraction. I don't have table service. I don't go to the table and take your order, or if there's anyone to clean it up. Basically, it's a place where you go and have coffee, you can get your quick bite, bagel, whatever croissants you want, and drinks, and you're off to enjoy your day. I try to make it as pleasurable and as aesthetically nice to attract and to be warm to come in. I have 2 nice umbrellas that a vendor gave me. I have nice plants around, nice plants inside. I take care of the local community like they are my own. I'm here because unlike the businesses downtown in Hermosa, we don't benefit from the revenue from the restaurants that have serving alcohol on their patio, and we don't benefit from the revenue of the city-sponsored events that take place in Hermosa, like all the things that happen in downtown Hermosa. We're kind of out there in the nowhere land where we just have the local residents that we take care for, like pretty much all year round, especially in our off season, really care for them. So I feel like the current encroachment fee structure that you guys have implemented on us small business owners is not applied correctly. And I think it needs to be structured better so that it could allow the small businesses like myself and Mickey's probably have similar structures to be able to breathe and not feel strangled by the city fees. So I would just like you to consider those, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor, we do not have any speaker cards, but we do have one virtual hand raised.
We have someone online?
We do.
Okay.
Ken Allen, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Thank you. I have 2 items I want to speak to. One, I want to address the letter from former Councilmember Justin Massey in the Easy Reader letter of 12/18/25. Justin Massey made a point to call out the financial stewardship of the council members Keegan, Francois, and Mayor Seaman, suggesting that they were not financially responsible in the hiring of the new city manager. This is just so funny to me. This is the same guy, Justin Massey, council member Justin Massey, who voted to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on green initiatives, including solar panels on bathrooms to power a 40-watt light bulb. All right. And so, at the end of the day, as they say, Justin Massey's words carry no merit whatsoever. The council members, Keegan and Francois and Mayor Seaman, what they did is they made an investment in the future. I think it's already paid off, all right, with hiring this wonderful city manager that we have. I can't imagine if it's not already paid off. It will be very shortly. The other thing I want to mention is the elephant in the room. It's the St. Patrick's Day Parade. I think we all know by now that those that, we kind of report the stuff on the advocates for Hermosa Beach. We are well aware that the chamber, it's sinking. It's a sinking ship. It's not a matter of if, when it will sink. They have no money. Even DTOY, big government DTOY said, we're not going to give them any money to run this parade. Here's the bottom line. I'm sure you're going to be discussing it at some point later on tonight, maybe under future matters. But why the city would have anything to do with the current leadership of the chamber. And by the way, this is the same chamber that spent money to sue me personally just because I pointed out their financial stewardship, okay? You know what happened? Jessica Hakamundo had to pay my attorney $20,000 for all her lies, okay? And now that the whole chamber's going down, I don't know. I guess we're going to have to pay for the St. Patrick's Day parade on our own. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Matt McCool. Matt, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Hello, Mayor Seaman, City Council staff, Matt McCool. I'll be super brief. Looks like Ken Allen stole a lot of the content I was going to speak on here tonight, but kudos to him. But the big issue is here with Councilman Jackson and how he speaks about to members of the public while he's up on the dais. We've seen him basically become a political buffoon and make an ass out of himself repeatedly over and over again. At one point, when he could not intellectually compete with me on the actual issues, he referred to me as an idiot and as a fool, and actually addressed me as Mr. McFool, something that I would think I would hear at the blacktop at recess at one of his children's recesses. But somebody on this council needs to go ahead and start taking control of that Councilman Jackson and get him under control before I have to take disciplinary action. But I just want to go ahead to show how much of an idiot and a fool Jackson is. In 2024, during a city council meeting, I made the following statement. In 2026, city manager for the city of Hermosa
I think we
Beach,
have some technical difficulty.
bank. I can guarantee you, I can tell you this right now. In 2026, Suja Lowenthal will not be the city manager for the city of Hermosa Beach. You can take that to the bank. That was just a recording of me just saying that in 2026, Suja Lowenthal would not be the city manager for the city of Hermosa Beach. And before we start calling me Nostradamus, I just want to go ahead and say it's 2026 and Suja Lowenthal is not the city manager, city of Hermosa Beach. That's my time. That's my piece. Thank you. Good night. God bless.
Next, we have Tony Higgins. Tony, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Yeah. Hello. Good evening. I want to speak about the Commissioner's Handbook, item 17I, that's coming up at the end of the meeting. First of all, I completely support what Nancy said about the participation of the commissioners. I think it's worth noting that the commissioner who spoke tonight would not be allowed to speak under the rules in the Commissioner's Handbook, where the director will present both sides of a disagreement. So right off the bat, we have a conflict. Everybody agrees that we need a handbook. It would be extremely helpful to anybody who's new in the position. And it's a good thing. Nobody's disputing that. We can argue and debate and should debate whether some of the provisions, like you have to go through the director to talk to the city attorney, or commissioners are not allowed to speak on this or that, and there's a whole list of things that need to be discussed. But the 800-pound gorilla in the room, and the thing that really chaps my hide, is that, to the best of my knowledge, the commissioners were not given an advanced copy of the handbook and asked for their feedback and their input. Now, who would not ask? Who would know better than the commissioners about what would benefit new commissioners in terms of information, and who would better understand the impact of some of these rules than the commissioner? So it's beyond me how the commissioners' opinions were not solicited. I think what you need to do is basically send the handbook back to the commissioners, ask for their input, incorporate that input where you can, where you're not, where staff isn't sure what to do, then the commissioners and the city clerk can bring the item back to the council and resolve some of those matters. But commissioner input is needed, and not giving them that chance was a real mistake, and so that needs to be corrected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, we do not have any other virtual hands raised, and we do not have any other speaker cards.
And no one else in council? All right, then I'll close public comment and move on to item 13 on our agenda. City council member comments. Do my colleagues have any comments? Yes. Councilmember Keegan.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to mention that last month, council members were tasked with setting goals and objectives for our city manager, basically performance objectives. We were all asked what we wanted him to do and set performance standards and metrics, and then later he would come back to us and we would go over those as a council. And I think it's an excellent idea. When the hire was made for a permanent manager, we had long discussions about the need for that kind of thing, and that we wanted to have performance-based items, and we had to set goals and achieve them, and we spent countless, at least a couple hours talking about this when we were making the hire. And there was a lot of heated words that went on, and I just want to mention that, we have to sit down and make goals, and we want to have a positive experience with our new city manager. And I just want to thank 3 of my colleagues and myself, of course. I turned in my goals and what kind of metrics I wanted to see and what we wanted to see done in the next year. And I want to thank Councilman DeToy, Mayor Seaman, and Councilmember Francois for turning those in. One absent member was Councilman Jackson, who didn't turn anything in or hasn't yet, and doesn't even speak, I think, to our current city manager. And I just want to say that I think it's a dereliction of your duty. You need to work for the citizens, and we need to work as a team, and we have to come back and come together on issues. We may disagree on things, but we all, at the end of the day, have to move Hermosa Beach forward. And I want to thank my other 3 colleagues for participating in government locally here. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other comments? Yes, Mr. Francois.
There was a written comment about the Parks and Recs Commission recommending vendors on the beach, and it seemed to be a little out of context. My original proposal was to allow volleyball tournaments only on the beach to be able to sell items related to their tournament, and it seemed to turn into something else. So is that coming back to us, or is that Parks and Recs Commission going to be reviewing that some more? It kind of flew off in a different direction than what I'd originally intended, so I was just wondering.
I think it will be coming back to council, and council can modify it to whatever they want it to be.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then there were also written comments about, oh, no, I guess there weren't. The St. Patty's Day Parade will still be happening, hopefully, but that's going to come up at our next council meeting as far as how and when and why and where. Is that right?
The city's contract with the chamber council member and the St. Patrick's Day Parade will be discussed at the next meeting.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I was just wondering when the information was that, who delivered goals to you and why it was distributed for political attacks from the dais is completely unacceptable. So I haven't heard any feedback of the goals I submitted to you besides that you received them, but I think an attack of that nature from the dais is absolutely ridiculous. So I rest my case. That's it.
You want to respond to that?
I was asked who turned in their goals, and I responded.
I do recall you asked us all to give you what we thought were our goals for you.
Yes.
And, okay.
But I didn't go seek information so I could do a political attack from the dais. That's unacceptable.
Well, okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could?
Yes, please.
I was going to ignore it based on who the comments came from. But, first of all, I speak to the city manager and everyone else to do the city's business. You have no idea what on earth you're talking about. Your credibility is already, we all know where it is. Second of all, I didn't realize you were the spokesperson for the city manager. And I don't recall a deadline that it had to be submitted by a certain date. And if there were, that's between me and the city manager. Then when we get together and discuss our priorities, we can discuss our priorities. But I certainly don't need to hear from you as to what is acceptable and what's not acceptable.
All right, thank you for that. Let's move on from this. You don't mind, we have lots of work to do tonight. Thank you. Madam City Clerk, let's move on to number 14.
Number 14, updates on city council activities.
All right, do my colleagues have any updates? Councilman Francois.
Thank you. Yeah, I attended the last South Bay City Sanitation District as the alternate for the mayor, and I've served on that for quite a while because I served as alternate and delegate, but they did mention that the sewer charge rates will be coming up at an increase of 10%, so I just wanted to alert the current mayor and whoever becomes the next mayor to be aware of this as the sanitation district goes over that item. They are financially in good shape with a large amount of reserves. I've alerted the board members to this, and hopefully, I'm just letting my colleagues know when this comes up. It'll be coming up later on this year. So that's my report on the South Bay County sanitation districts. And I attended yesterday South Bay Council of Governments as the alternate alongside Mayor Seaman, who was the delegate. And, there were comments made by our outgoing delegate that expressed some kind of frustration for being removed. And I just feel compelled to say something about it because it represents and reflects on our city, and I'm concerned comments reflect poorly on our city and this council, and I hope in the future all of us can maintain respectful dialogue when representing our city. So that's my report. Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. Any other updates? Comments? None? All right, let's move on then. Item 15, the consent calendar. We have 15H was pulled.
I'd like to record a no vote on 15F and motion to approve the balance.
On 15F or H? Because 15H was, I'm sorry.
I don't know why we're pulling minutes if we're just approving the validity of them, so I'd like to record a no vote on 15F.
15F. Okay.
15F, what's it?
And that was? Okay. Other than that, your move to approve the consent calendar, with the exception of also 15H, which was pulled.
Affirmative.
Okay. Is there a second? Second for Mr. Jackson?
No, Mr. Mayor, I have a
Yes.
comment as well. I also will be voting in the negative for 15F. In addition to my previous suggestion, this resolution introduced a loophole eliminated 4 years ago by allowing permits based on a utility bill enabling non-residents to obtain residential parking permits. It allows parking permits even for those with outstanding city debt, contrary to a council vote. So for that reason, I will not be voting for 15F.
Great, thank you. So with the exception of 15H and 15F, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. All those in, Madam City Clerk, would you? Sorry? 15H was pulled, and there's 2 no votes on 15F. So I assume then all we need to do is approve the consent calendar at this point and then discuss 15H.
Correct. I didn't get a second.
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Voting is now open.
I have no voting here.
Here it is. It's up now.
I'm sorry? I know we're pulling it separately.
So it's a yes rather than no.
I don't know what our appointment is.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great, thank you. And let's move on then to number 6. Oh, I'm sorry, we have to discuss 15H.
Item 15H, report on recent actions by the Planning Commission for possible discussion and consideration of call up de novo review under Hermosa Beach Municipal Code Section 2.52.040.
Okay, so this is regarding the Planning Commission vote on 901 Hermosa Avenue. Yeah, Mr. Francois, you pulled this?
Yeah, I just have a few questions on this. We do have a new policy now. I just want to confirm the policy that when a planning commission approves something and we have a council meeting within the 15 days, it's on our consent calendar. We can pull it then, and 2 members can request a new hearing on it. Is that correct? Just want to reaffirm that policy.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Allison Becker, the Community Development Director, for the record. The answer to that question is yes.
Okay, that's great. And then I just have 2 quick questions. And
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but
No problem.
Allison, do you have a report for us on this item? Would you like to do that first, and then we can have questions?
No,
They're just-
there's no report on this item.
Okay, all right. Please
yeah, they're just the
continue. Go
minutes.
ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. So I just have 2 quick questions, and I want to let you know that I went over them with the city attorney first to make sure that I wasn't going into anything specific on the projects that are in the minutes. But could you confirm the city's definition of existing space and how it pertains to calculating square footage and distinguishing between existing and proposed space in a project proposal?
So that's a very interesting question. Thank you for that. I would say that existing space is documented with building permit history, and new space is calculated with FAR, which is the floor area ratio with the parcel.
Okay, fair enough. And are there specific guidelines or requirements for calculating square footage when a property owner or developer requests that the space be decommissioned? And how is that defined?
No. Decommissioned space is not a common request. Staff research found only one similar decommissioning, which was approved in 2019.
Right, and that had to do with square footage for allotment of restaurant and bar, right? Is that what that was?
It was my recollection is that it was a swap of
Yeah,
space
right, okay.
from interior to exterior.
Okay, great. And then just one quick one. Do we have procedures in place when a developer requests decommissioning of space? And what enforcement mechanisms do we have in place to ensure that it's in compliance with those approved requests?
So because a decommissioning request is very unusual, there's no standard procedure for it. It would be
Point of order,
a
Mr.
request
Mayor.
to
Can I ask the city attorney if, this is about the minutes.
Well, it's actually
Can we-
about this particular.
No, it's not. This is actually approval of the minutes from the planning commission. So, I mean, are these questions even relevant to validate the minutes that we are approving tonight, knowing that we're having a de novo hearing in 2 weeks?
Well, we're not going to have a de novo hearing yet.
So under the new procedures, you're able to call something up and have a discussion, but if you start going into the details and weeds, that's when it becomes a de novo review. But on the agenda, they changed how they word the agenda, where it says, you know, Planning Commission for possible discussion and de novo review. So it's okay to ask general questions like this when you do a call-up. If he goes into any more detail into the project, whatever, that's a de novo review, and that would be a second hearing. And so, you know, as long as he's not changing or going into the Planning Commission's review and how they did stuff, it's okay.
All right, so.
To a certain
in a sense,
point.
he has, of course, the right to ask these questions.
Yes.
But not to get too far into the weeds and
Correct.
not to make this a, you know.
Right, and
Yeah.
yes, my advice was if if you start going into that,
Yeah.
that's de novo
Okay.
review, so.
All right.
And this is my last question, by the way, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
It's a simple, it's a receive and file, so that's.
Well, okay. I'd like to make a comment, if you don't mind. I agree with this, that we should just receive and file this. And one thing that I'm not interested in is delaying this project to have another hearing and another, then we come back again and then again and again and so on. Commissioner Izant brought up some interesting things during public comment, and I think the place to discuss this further would be in future agenda items. So, and I plan to do that. I'll bring that up in future agenda items, but not this particular project. Any other comments?
Nope, that's fine. Thank
All
you.
right. So
you.
do we need to take a vote on receive and file? I have to have public comment first, but do we need a vote, or can we just move to receive and file after public comment?
I believe you could receive and file.
Yeah, okay.
I'll make a motion to receive and file.
Wait,
Oh, we got a public
do we need public comment first, right?
Yes, because
Okay.
you call it a big
All right.
duty puppet. After that, you can just
Okay,
receive.
I'll open, thank you then. Then if there's no other questions from staff, I'll open public comment. Is there any public comment, Madam City Clerk?
Mayor, we did not receive any speaker cards. If you're joining via Zoom and would like to speak on this item 15H, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. And we do not have any virtual hands raised.
Great. I will close public comment then, and we have a motion to receive and file,
Correct.
and I'll second it. Madam City Clerk?
Voting is now open. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. All right, that concludes the consent calendar for the evening, and let's move on to number 16. Madam City Clerk.
Item 16A, introduce an ordinance amending subsection 17.08.020D of the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code pertaining to home occupations.
Hello, Leo.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Leo Zion from City Manager's Office, here to present this item before you, which is regarding our home occupation ordinance, which aligns with our strategic goals and operational efficiency, customer service, and supporting business-friendly environment here in Hermosa Beach. We're back again. If I can have the next slide. So over the past several months, we've been working with staff to identifying several opportunities to streamline the process. As you're aware, business license is regulated under the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code 5.04 and 17.08.02. And amendments, our goal is to bring clarity and consistency while continuing upholding our neighborhood compatibility and safety. Additionally, Planning Commission reviewed and approved the proposed amendments before you on December 16, 2025 via Resolution 2524. Next slide, please. Quickly, I'll go over the amendments, the proposed amendments. At one is updating subsection 7, which is changing community development department. Updating section 11 next, changing title to community development director. And number 3, update subsection 12. This was a recommendation from our Planning Commission, which the review is placed for approval for Community Development Director. And finally, deleting subsection 17, which removes requirements of physical inspection, aligns with regional best practices and reducing delays. Next slide. So next steps before you is determining that project is exempt from CEQA, conduct a public hearing, and consider amending subsection 17.0802 regarding home occupations, and finally introduce it by title only and waive first reading on the ordinance of City of Hermosa Beach, and approving zone text amendment 2504 pertaining to home occupations. And staff is available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? Yes, Councilman Fitzgerald.
Thank you. So this proposal here, this change in the ordinance, is going to streamline the process a bit for people that apply for
That's
permits, correct? Beautiful.
Correct.
That's great. Now, I did receive a comment from someone that complained that the application is so drawn out with all kinds of restrictions that no longer apply. So does that change in the application happen after we pass this? Am I correct to assume that?
That's correct, Councilmember. After this process is approved, the amendments, then staff will work on updating the application process, which will streamline the entire delays or the subjects that you mentioned. They'll be streamlined from the application process.
Beautiful. Perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions of staff? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing then. This is a hearing to introduce an ordinance amending subsection 17.08.020D of the Hermosa Beach Municipal Code pertaining to home occupations citywide. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Mayor, we do not have any speaker cards for this item. If you are joining via Zoom and would like to provide public comment, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. Mayor, we do not have any virtual hands raised.
Great, thank you, Madam City Clerk. I'll close the public comment then and bring this back for discussion or a motion. Is there either? Anyone want to make a motion or offer some discussion? Yes, Councilman Keegan.
One of the items on this home-based business that I think could be changed is that it doesn't allow any employees. I think we should allow one employee. A small-based business might need someone to run errands, to come in and help with small projects, and it could still be a home-based business with one employee. And the attempt would be to try and park them on their premises, but we don't want to preclude apartment dwellers from having a home-based business. So I just think that we should allow an employee. And I think that would be a good change that I hope my colleagues might think about. And also, it says that, signage on the vehicles. I mean, if someone has a small decal on their vehicle, they're not allowed to, park it on their driveway. I don't quite understand, can't we have something that's incidental or a small limitation on the advertising aspect? I just don't understand. We're not allowed to have a vehicle with the company name on it. Is that true?
That's currently in our code. So yes.
I don't think I like that. So the signage, and I would say the employee, and the one-room limitation. I mean, are we seriously going to get inside a person's house and decide how many rooms they're using in their home-based business?
That's a great question, Councilmember. Our Planning Commission recommended us eliminating that section, so it's back to the original version, which says up to 25%.
So it's changing to 25%.
Correct. It's staying as is. So the one limit, we don't no longer have that requirement.
So there's a percentage, not a one-room rule?
Correct.
Okay. I thought it was one room. Okay. So I'll not address that, but I do think we should address the vehicles should be allowed to have incidental signage on them, and I also think that each business should be allowed to have an employee. I don't know what my colleagues think on this.
I'd like to address those three issues. And 25, the rule is now 25% use of the floor space. Okay, I don't see any problem with that, and don't really want to change that. No signs, I think we shouldn't have signs, quite honest with you,
Signs
it's
on your
great-
vehicle.
Yes, either one, because they'll be parked on the street in front of the business, they'll be in the driveway all the time, and the neighbors really didn't want to live in a commercial area, that's why they bought a house in a residential area. I think it's great that we offer home businesses to people, I totally agree with that. Had one for many years myself, as a contracting business, I had my office in my home. But signs on the trucks and signs on the house all the time, I disagree with. And as far as employees are concerned, certainly you can have a home business and have an employee come and go and so on and so forth. But if you have some sort of business where there's a person comes every morning at 8 o'clock and they work all day long and leave at 5, where are they going to park? It's always a problem. If they have a space on site, then maybe that would be reasonable. But I think we just get into it, now we have to determine whether or not they're parking on site or not, and how are we going to police that, and so on and so forth. So having an employee for the business is fine, but having them work at the location on a regular basis 40 hour weeks, I think is not such a great idea. So those are just my opinions. Anyone else have any comments? Yes, Councilman Francois.
Well, how would we differentiate whether they're there all day or, I mean, are there, could I ask, are there other reasons that we have this no employee rule in place? Maybe there's other reasons to it than just the parking situation.
Just the reasons to keep residential neighborhoods as residential neighborhoods and not to allow additional traffic on the streets of residential neighborhoods.
Yeah.
No other reason that I can think of.
So, yeah, I'm just wondering, I understand, but how would we regulate that if they're there
Well,
half the time?
that's the point. How would we regulate it?
Yeah, I know.
So I think it'd be better that we just not allow employees. Again, an employee can come and visit and every Friday pick up their check, whatever it is, we can't regulate that anyway. But the point is that if we allow employees, then pretty soon maybe there's 2 of them, and how do we know which one's which, and how often do they come, and so on? It's pretty much impossible to do any of that. So I think the spirit of a home business is you can sell greeting cards or something, you have a warehouse where the stuff is kept, and you have an office there, you take phone calls and faxes and so on. I mean, that's the idea. Or you have a massage business or daycare for children. Whatever it is, you should be able to have that in your home. But signage and employees and everything, it gets to be pretty commercial in a residential zone. So that's why I think we should have some limits to it. Certainly allow them, and with the parameters that we have now. Yes,
Council
Alex.
members, if I may, the action before you tonight has been reviewed by the Planning Commission, and they are recommending approval of the ordinance as presented. If there are any kind of substantive changes, that would require it to go back to commission. So my recommendation would be if we would advance this piece now as presented, and staff is certainly able to take note of these additional modifications, and we can bring it up in concert with the work we're going to be doing on commercial uses in 2026.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, input? None? All right, do we have a motion then?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move staff's recommendation.
I'll second that. Madam City Clerk.
Mayor, just want to confirm that we open public comment for this item?
Oh, yeah, we did that already.
Okay.
Maybe we didn't.
I don't think we did.
Wait, excuse me.
We did not.
This building staff report, yeah, we did. Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's do it again, and just to be safe, if you like, that's fine with me.
We did not receive any speaker cards for this item. If anyone is attending via Zoom, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. And Mayor, we do not have any virtual hands raised.
Okay.
Sorry, I just
All
wanted to
right.
make sure.
Okay, so then let's move on to the motion at hand. Would you open the voting, please?
Yes, sir, and voting is now open. Motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember Keegan voting no.
Great, thank you so much. Let's move on to item 17. Madam City Clerk.
Item 17A, award of professional services agreement for City Yard Project Owners Representative Services.
Thank you. Hello, Joe. How are you?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Pleased here to present this item on the City Yard. So the project itself is currently in the CIP. It's partially funded. We have about $1 million in the CIP and about another $1 million in reserve, so enough to really get soft costs going on this project, but does remain largely unfunded. There has been a fair amount of discussion at the council level the last 2 budget cycles about looking at alternative project delivery models. Council directed staff to go back to Public Works Commission, which we did in May, and then we returned in September to have a more robust discussion about staff's recommended plan to move this and what the critical path steps were, including releasing an RFQ, request for qualifications for owners rep services. Council directed staff to release that RFQ, which we did do the following day on September 10th, the day after the council meeting. We received 5 responses. We did a detailed review and interview the top ranked firms, and we are recommending Cumming Management Group as the top ranked firm. They were definitely the most qualified of all the groups and brought a great depth and experience with maintenance facilities and working with municipal governments on advancing large-scale projects. The contract that we're looking at, it's for pre-construction services only at this time. Generally, OR services span for the duration of the project, from planning through design and construction to closeout. But the contract before you tonight is only for the pre-construction phase services, with a time and materials not to exceed limit of $565,000, which comes down to about 135 labor hours a month, which is slightly less than 1 FTE or full-time equivalent. But that helps augment our team to help give this project the push that it needs with the technical guidance and oversight assistance from Cumming. Cumming does bring that extensive experience, and they really did provide not only the depth of experience, but they provided the strongest project manager. And I'm going to actually invite Matthew Feldhaus up with me right now. He's here to represent Cumming Group. One thing that was really strong is that they were able to dedicate a single point of contact. He is a licensed architect, brings a lot of experience in construction management and delivering large-scale projects. And Cumming Group actually does have an office in Hermosa Beach. But with that, I'm going to hand things over to Matthew to talk a little bit more about our detailed approach to launch the project.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council member, city managers, and staff. Thank you very much. As Joe mentioned, my name is Matthew Feldhaus. I'm a licensed architect, also a certified construction manager. I have about 25 years of experience delivering public agency projects similar to the City Yard project here. Our approach over the next 3 to 6 months is to really focus on the environmental conditions of the site, as well as CEQA environmental and initial programming for the project. So we'll be putting together RFPs for to solicit for an environmental consultant to do phase 1 and phase 2 environmental site assessments, as well as an initial study and a mitigated negative declaration or CEQA EIR for California Environmental Quality Act compliance. We'll begin the CEQA analysis as well as an initial study, and we'll perform architectural feasibility assessments and programming at the beginning of the first 3 to 6 months. At the end of the 6 months, we'll make a recommendation to this group here for how we recommend to deliver the project, whether it's design, bid, build, traditional method of delivery, or an alternative delivery like design, build, CM at risk, progressive design, build. We put together a preliminary schedule here for everybody to see our initial pre-construction services scope. We're going to start off, as I mentioned, with solicitation for consultants, as well as getting initial architectural programming started. And then in July of 2026, we anticipate to return to make that determination with everybody's assistance here on the delivery method. At that point, we'll proceed with design and, depending on the selected delivery method, procurement of contractors or design builders or other consultants. So some of you may have questions about why you need somebody like Cumming Management Group or myself as a project manager. I'll be really your advocate throughout this project, responsible for coordinating and advancing the overall project to make sure that it's delivered on time, on budget, safe. I'll assist the city with developing a clear schedule and budget for the project. And I'll advise on that delivery method that benefits the city most and reduces risk to the city on the delivery method. I'll organize the work to maintain public safety because I know that's a concern with the consolidation of multiple facilities. We'll make sure that temporary facilities are planned accordingly so that the city does not have any issues with maintaining public safety. And finally, my real benefit here is to facilitate the vision of the city, the stakeholders, as well as the end users to build a modern, efficient, healthy, and streamlined city yard project.
Thank you, Matthew. And just the final, I'll just close with the recommended actions for your consideration tonight. That concludes our presentation. Both myself and Matthew are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Matthew, may I call you Matthew? Sure. A couple of quick questions. So you are a licensed architect, obviously, you just stated. Would you be doing the architectural drawings and so on and so forth for this project? Or would you be finding an architect?
We will be hiring an architectural firm.
You'll hire an architect, okay. You know, I have a lot of extensive experience in construction, but certainly not on city yards. I've done some large commercial work before, but not that much. But I know in any project, if you're planning to remodel, add on to, or tear down and start over again, you need a particular style of architect that is experienced in perhaps reimagining one building, let's get rid of the other building, we can move this over here, we can change this. So it's different styles, different thoughts, different kind of schools of thought on that. What is your opinion on what type of architect you would be looking for, we would be looking for?
I think on this project, it's really about functionality. We have to make sure that the end users of this building on a day-to-day basis can be the most efficient at their job. I think right now, in its current condition, the city yard is struggling with just general maintenance, upkeep, operations on the building itself, and not focusing on serving the public. So I think it's really about functionality here. It's not about delivering an award-winning architectural style in particular. I think it needs to be within the setting of the city. It needs to not stand out. It needs to blend in with the rest of the area, and it needs to be functional.
Okay, that's fair enough. So who makes the decisions regarding design, delivery, all of that? In other words, so once we find an architect, we start with design. First of all, we have needs assessments and different programs that we do on your critical path method. And then we take that to the architect and we say, okay, this is what we need X square footage of this and so on and so forth, office space, whatever. He comes back with some preliminary drawings. Do those drawings come back to council for review or just you? I mean, where does that go from there?
No, I'm the city's advocate throughout this whole process. I won't be taking any responsibility in that regard. I'll be working with Joe and his staff to make sure that we have a project that works for everybody, the city, and I want to hear from everybody on their vision for the project. Mm-hmm. That vision will then be translated into an architectural product that will come back to for recommendation and approval.
And so then eventually that'll be given to Joe, and Joe will make a recommendation. He says, I think this is the best thing we can do, or maybe you guys might want to decide we want to do this or that or the other thing. Is that how it works?
Your Honor,
Yes.
it's all going to come back to council. You're going to approve what it looks like.
Right. Okay. All right, very good. Then those are my questions. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
This will probably be a question for Joe or the city manager. At what point, knowing that, yes, we are allocating $500,000 to get a owner's rep on, we still have a large need to be funded project out there of 10, 15, $20 million. Is this putting the cart before the horse when we don't have that money laying around for the full scope of the project? Or how do you propose this? I mean, is this something we should look forward in November, et cetera?
So I'm happy to jump in, and I'll let Steve add in where he wants to as well. I think it's critical that we get started, and I think what Matthew's going to help us do is get the team assembled to help evaluate what we need and help us start to build a budget. And really we really need to get to the environmental assessment, figure out what cleanup's going to cost, and really start to shape what is the program for this project, which is going to drive the cost, both environmental cleanup and the program for what's getting removed, what's getting replaced or renovated. We have to build that budget so we understand better about what kind of funding that we're going to need. But we have to do these critical path steps to get going. Otherwise, we're always just going to have a very rough order of magnitude estimate for what the cost could be. Right now, it's very unknown. I've given some very big ranges, but now is the time to clarify what is the project, what is it really going to cost?
Yeah, Councilor Mayor Pro Tem, Joe is absolutely right. We need to take these steps to get to where you want to be, but that also is why we brought forward from the Finance Subcommittee the idea of raising the meter rates and the citation rates, because now we have a new revenue stream that we didn't have before, a larger revenue stream from those same assets. And it's not our intention to program those in the next budget, but to have those set aside to the extent possible to fund this if we want to bond it and going forward. Now, is that the exact amount? Is it more? Is it less? We're going to find that out along the way as we find out what the needs are and then what the decision is regarding the style of building. Can it be metal building? Does it have to be stucco, concrete, timber, whatever it might be? We'll find out along the way. We'll be able to narrow those choices down. But we have a beginning right now with the increase in the citation, the parking meter rates, if we set those aside to bond, and we'll be looking for additional revenue sources along the way as well.
Perfect, thank you.
That's a good question, by the way. Thank you for asking that. I appreciate it.
And I can just also add to that, too. That's one of the reasons why our contract right now is only for pre-construction services, to limit your exposure risk to that future unknown.
Right. I did have one other question, too. Your timeline on this, is that kind of typical for a project of this size? Go out to, what was it, 2027 before we actually can get started on construction work?
It definitely could be more aggressive, but I think because of some of the unknowns on the environmental side, some of the unknowns on funding, that we want to take an approach that makes more sense.
I can see that. Yeah, okay, great. Any other questions of staff? Yes, Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the brief. So when do you expect, and probably a question for both of you, when do you expect us to have a good idea of what it is we are going to actually need? What's your general time frame? All right, we're going to spend $500,000. Where is this? I understand what is getting us. Where is it taking us, and what is sort of the general time frame? Because as you know, Joe, you certainly know this. We've been talking about this for forever. So if you can sort of really define the when.
Madam City Clerk, if you could assist in pulling, I'm having trouble going back to the chart slide. If I could just pull that back up. Thank you. So what we've tried to do is try to pencil out some of the critical path steps, and I'll let Matthew explain a little bit further. But the way that we really have to figure out what the costs are is we have to do the environmental assessments. And so that's what we're doing is when Matthew, should council approve the contract, we get Matthew signed up. He, day one, starts working with us on putting together RFQs to bring in the team that we need to help advance these critical paths. We have to get the environmental assessment completed to really understand what are the permitting requirements, how much money is it going to cost to clean up and abate the site that we have. Simultaneously, we'll
Can I
work on
interrupt for a
bringing
quick second?
programming, yes.
Could we not have gotten that environmental assessment prior to this contracting consideration?
So what Matthew is going to do is he's going to bring in that technical guidance and depth of experience to help us prepare those RFQs. This is a lot of work to prepare these, and we do need that depth of assistance. It's a big project, and if we want to give this project the push that it needs and deserves, we need to bring in the staff and technical expertise to augment our team. Matthew brings depth in vertical construction and on complex projects, which is what we have ahead of us. There's a lot of moving parts, and if we want to move it forward at a faster pace, this is staff's recommendation to do so. And I think it's overall, spending some support money for technical help is going to save the city money because it's going to allow us to make sure that the scopes of work are correct, that the consultants that we're bringing in are actually delivering the work that they should be, because I think Matthew brings a lot of expertise working on these types of projects, so we don't have to redo things or keep adding and amending contracts, which is what we're trying to avoid. We want to bring in a team that is knowledgeable, do the work once, and be able to come to you with more clear information, really start to scope this out. I mean, we know it's a big number that's unfunded. We know that now, and we're going to know that in a few more months, but we need to clarify what that number is once and for all and what this project's really going to be.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mayor?
Yes.
Matthew, how much of your $565,000 contract do you think you'll spend in '26? What do you think the billings will be for the first full fiscal year starting January?
Probably about 200,000.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of staff? No? All right, having none. Thank you, Matthew, for your presentation. Thank you, Joe. No more council questions. We'll open public comment then. Madam City Clerk?
Mayor, we do not have any speaker cards for this item. If you are joining via Zoom, now's the time to raise your virtual hand. Tony Higgins, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Yeah, thank you. It looks like we're starting to get some answers. What I'm hearing you say is it's going to take 15 months to define the requirements, and then 8 months later, we'll be going out to bid. Or will, and that's, and somewhere between now and then, we're going to get the funding requirements defined, somewhere between 15 months and another 8 months. So if that's what it is, that's what it is. I just want to thank you for clearing up when the requirements were going to get defined, when we were going to go out to bid. This looks good. Thank you.
Mayor, we do not have any other virtual hands raised.
All right, then I'll close public comment, bring it back to council for a motion or more discussion. Is there any of either one?
I'll move staff's recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
I'll second.
All right. Madam City Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Please open the voting.
Voting is now open. Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. I'd like to just say here that this is exciting, that this is actually going to get started. Always, everything we do is, the sooner we get started, the sooner we get finished. And it's been a long time coming, and it's here now, and it's exciting to have it get going. So thank you so much, Joe and Matthew both. Congratulations. All right, let's move on to 17B. Madam City
17B,
Clerk.
approve the First Amendment to agreement with all city management services.
Good evening, Mayor Salmon and council members. This is a follow-up to an item we had before you last October. So going back to last August, staff received information about community requests for additional crossing guard services, specifically at 5th and PCH, where some families live, east of PCH and south of Pier. Prior to that, the city had a contract with All City Management Services for 14 locations where crossing guards would provide crossing guard services twice a day, once in the morning, once in the afternoon. And that was a 3-year contract that was approved by council back in February of 2025. We're currently in the first year of that 3-year contract. So once we initially placed a crossing guard at 5th and PCH in August at the very start of the school year, the first day. And for those 5 days, it was only 5 days, we were able to have staff out at 5th Street and PCH and do some counts. And of the 5 days, there were a total of 216 children and adults that crossed at 5th and PCH. Based on our observations, it did appear that having a crossing guard there for the entire school year and for future years was recommended. There was enough folks crossing there. We brought this to council in October, and council asked staff to come back with more data. So following that meeting from October, staff did additional surveys, and this had to be staff-driven because the crossing guard services, when they're doing their crossing guard duties, they can't do counts and watch traffic, watch the pedestrians, and do everything at the same time. It's considered a risk for their crossing guards to do that. So city manager's office, community services division partnered up and actually sent staff out to each location at 2nd Street, 5th Street, 8th Street, and PCH to gather the additional data. And here is some of the counts at each of those intersections. It's not a surprise. Pier and PCH is the highest volume, total of 632 people crossing there. 8th Street and PCH being the second highest, 5th and PCH a little bit less, and then 2nd and PCH being the least. One thing we do want to point out about one of the attachments to the staff report, attachment number 3, that is all of the data that we're able to gather. That's a more detailed breakdown of each intersection, how many adults crossed in the morning hours, how many kids crossed in the morning hours, and the same for adults, kids, both morning and afternoon at each intersection. So council can take a close look at the data. Because at some intersections, we weren't able to monitor that intersection for all 9 days, both morning and afternoon. So there are some gaps, however, city. So again, staff is recommending adding the additional crossing guard at 5th and PCH for the remainder of the school year. The fiscal impact will be $23,000, just a little bit above for this fiscal year, for next fiscal year, and the following year would be a little bit more because that's the standard increase in the contract. There are available funds in Prop C funding. So staff presents 2 options for council to consider. Option 1, to approve the additional crossing guard and approve the additional funds. Option 2 is not to approve, and that would essentially mean that there will not be a crossing guard at 5th and PCH, and for council to provide any other direction. With that, Mr. Mayor, I'm available for any questions. We also have members of our team here to answer some other questions. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I have one quick question to start off with. Option number 1, can we go back to that slide? No, that's okay. I have it right here. Thank you. With option number 1, and if we decide to go with the staff recommendation, that would leave that crossing guard there just to the end of the school year for 2026. Is that correct? And then do we renegotiate all the crossing guards all over again at that point?
No, Mr. Mayor, it would approve the additional crossing guard for the current school year and the additional 2 years that remain in this contract. So it will also include the 26-27 school year. The actual cost of the 27-28, which would be year 3, would be more because it's not just the current cost. It increases by the the 3% in year 3.
Yeah, I got
So it'd be a little bit more than the $23,000 for year 3.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, staff? Yes, Councilman Jackson.
Here, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for the presentation. We are not precluded from approving option 1 in part to fund us through the end of this school year, and then sit down with the school district to figure out our safe routes to school, as we discussed, I think, back in October, because we haven't really done a full assessment of that in several years. So that is also an option, I believe, that we have available. Is that right, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. City Manager? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
What shall we call that, option 3? Ray? Would you-
Sure, it'll be option 3.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions of staff? Any other comments? All right, seeing none? Oh, go ahead. Councilman Francois.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. Originally, with the numbers, it kind of looked like maybe we needed to put a crossing guard there. But when you did the additional survey to get numbers for minors and adults, as I'm reading this, comparing the 4 intersections, 5th Street, and those numbers were taken with a crossing guard, if I'm reading this right, had 4 children in the morning and 4 children at night a day. That's what it comes out to with 88. And 2nd Street, of course, doesn't have a crossing guard, and then 8th and Pierre do, and of course the numbers are much higher. And I'm just wondering, now we've got the real numbers here, and it's showing that basically 4 minors crossed in the morning and 4 minors crossed in the afternoon with a crossing guard in place. I'm wondering, was there some second thoughts that maybe we just don't need a crossing guard there because the numbers pan out to not be a lot of traffic, especially considering they can walk 3 blocks up to 8th Street and cross where there's a crossing guard? I was just wondering if you could provide some input as to what the thought process was on that.
Yes, Councilmember Francois. I'm not certain which intersection in which either AM or PM average or number you're referring to. I will answer your question by saying yes, it's certainly up to City Council. If Council decides that having no crossing guard is the option that was presented as option 2, that's up to City Council.
Okay. No, I came up with the number from 88. 88 minors crossed in 9 days on the intersection of 5th and PCH. So 88 divided by 9 days comes out to 4 in the morning. That's 8.
Well,
so
we discussed this internally as staff, and the issue with those numbers are that not all the 9 days were counted for each because staff wasn't available. If you see the blanks in attachment 3, there were some missing shifts. I don't believe, there were some missing shifts across the board for the different streets at different times, including 5th. So,
well, do we divide them all by 8 then, or what?
The
I mean,
average-
how else are we going to? How do we adequately analyze this to figure out whether we really need a crossing guard or not? 'Cause
well,
that's what
the
comes down to.
average based on, at 5th and PCH, based on how many counts there were, would be closer to 7.
Correct.
Excuse me, what?
Closer to 7.
7.
If you were to average out the number of minors that crossed and the times they were counted, the number of times they were counted, it would average closer to 7.
A day.
Yes.
That would be 4 in the morning and 4 at night then.
No, I was talking about AM.
Okay.
Because sometimes they were counted in the morning, sometimes they weren't. Sometimes they were counted in the afternoon, sometimes they weren't. That's why we were looking at the
Well, do
total
you have
numbers.
an average number for each day at each intersection? That would be better to have then, right? I mean, we don't have that.
The problem with averaging is that not all of the intersections were counted on the same days because staff wasn't available to do it.
Right.
It's just not quite a perfect count, that's all.
Okay, well,
That's what
then
trying to say.
I'm going
Yeah,
with
you
what we
can-
have then, I
yeah,
guess.
right.
I'm going with what we have at 4 in the morning and 8 a day. That's,
I would refer you to the totals around the average.
Which is?
7.
The totals are listed there, in attachment 3.
The totals include adults.
Yes. No, it
It
breaks
breaks
it down
them
to
out.
minors and adults.
It's
Again,
both.
this is attachment 3 we're talking about.
That's this one.
Okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Any other questions of staff? Yes, Councilman Detoy.
Thank you. What was the weather the weeks you observed?
Councilmember Detoy, I don't recall. I could ask our team to maybe.
I already know the answer. It
Come up and
rained an
speak.
inch and a half one of the days. Another one was an inch and 3/4. So I think, the first week of winter, not the second week of winter we had a couple weeks ago, definitely impacted some of the counts on this. So just want to throw that out there. That's it.
All right, good. Any other comments, questions? Yes, Councilman Jackson.
Just one quick comment / question. I certainly understand the concerns about a crossing guard trying to count when they're, walking out there, sticking out the sign, shepherding the folks safely across the street. But once the folks get to one side and the guard gets to the other side, is it too hard to go, okay, I think there were 4 adults and 8 kids that just walked, and write a tally of that? I don't see how that is a burden and a small ask that shouldn't cost us anything. Is that something we could talk to?
We posed that request to our folks at All City Management Services, and they said they would not ask their crossing guards to take on that responsibility. It was, they're focused on their crossing guard duties, and I would
And
imagine.
then their phones when they get off, right? I mean, I see them all the time. I mean, don't get me wrong. We appreciate our crossing guards. They get our kids and safely across. But once that crossing is done, there's a void. So, okay.
We can certainly have the discussion again.
I think it's certainly
I would not be
worth
too
asking.
optimistic that they would be willing to make that change, but we can have that conversation.
Thank you.
All right, so is there any other discussion or questions from staff? Seeing none, thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate that. Let's open a public hearing. Madam City Clerk.
If you would like to provide comment on item 17B, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. Mayor, we did not receive any speaker cards for this item. And Matt McCool, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Hello again, City Council staff, Matt McCool. Be brief on this topic. I couldn't agree more with what the comments came from Councilman Jackson, is that there's absolutely no reason for anybody, any staff member employed by this company to go ahead and provide us data. If they refuse to do it, it's time to put out an RFP and go to a company that will. We need the data. It's absolutely essential. And I have been critical about this. For 3 blocks, we have made an issue in the past that 8th Street was the safe routes to school. I was corrected at a previous city council meeting by Mayor Pro Tem DeToy that actually 5th Street is. So I'm curious why the staff report from Police Chief Landon Phillips didn't include the actual route map to this. But for 3 blocks, for the amount of money, I think any child who has a responsible parent can instruct their child, or if they want to go ahead and chaperone their child to cross the street, that they can cross at 8th Street and walk those 3 extra blocks for the very few number of people. This money is not worth it. Let's be fiscally responsible for the taxpayers. Not no, but a hard no. That's my time. That's my piece. Thank you.
Mayor, we do not have any other virtual hands raised for this item.
All right, then I will close public comment, bring it back to the council. I would like to propose a motion. I think option 3 actually is Councilman Jackson suggested. I think we should go ahead and leave the extra crossing guard there until the end of the school year, and then take a real good look at all of these locations, the safe routes to school, and do an assessment of the entire program in that area, and then make an intelligent decision on how many intersections and how many crossing guards we need at the end of the school year. So that would be my motion, is to fund the crossing guard at 5th Street until the end of the school year, and then reassess the whole program there and find out what we should be doing on a larger basis. Do you agree with that?
I would second that, Mr. Mayor, with an addendum that we make a strong ask to this company that we need the data. We want the data.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
I'll accept that. All right, there's a motion and a second. Any
Clear.
comments? Any questions?
I'd like to make a comment.
Yes.
I just want to, Mr. Jackson, I appreciate you evaluating at the end of the school term. I think that's a wise decision. I wanted to comment on that. But I do want to point out that if we had waited and done the data before we opened up 5th Street, we'd know how many are actually crossing on 8th, because now we've taken kids who probably might have walked down to 8th. They're no longer in the counts on 8th Street, so we don't have this accurate account on 8th. And my feeling was, when we started this whole project, was that how many kids are already going over to 8th, and those don't count, and what's the incremental increase we're actually seeing on 5th, and we don't see that now because it's open. And so it would have been great if we saw that 8th Street, instead of having an average of 11 or 12 kids, had 15, and 5th, before we put the crossing guard in, only had 3 or 4.
Right.
It just would have been helpful to have that information before we make these decisions, and so that's disappointing we won't have that. The other thing I wanted to bring to staff is that these are Prop C funds. For next year, when we talk about this, I'd like to know what else we can spend this on. What are we trading off? I mean, can we push these families down? Can we talk to the school district about encouraging people to go to 8th Street and use that? I mean, can't we augment this in a more community-oriented way, instead of just throwing basically $25 or $20 per crossing per child each day? They could take a cab to school, and we'd save money. We can probably establish a voucher system with Uber or someone and take kids in cars and save, a couple $100,000. I mean, I just don't want to waste money. And then again, if there's only 4 or 5 kids at 5th, why aren't we doing 2nd Street? There's 2 or 3 there. Why are those kids the stepchild? If we have nowhere to spend our money on Prop C funds, maybe we should add to the thing. But I'd like to know, what are our alternatives with the money? What are we trading off for? And can we encourage the school and the community to get together and save, $30,000, $40,000 here and there, and push it towards projects that the city, wants and needs, instead of spending $20 or $15 to $20 crossing a kid across the street?
Oh, Councilman Keegan, I agree with your point of view. I understand that. That's why I'm saying that at this point, where we are right now, I think the smartest thing to do and the safest thing to do is to continue with the crossing guard at 5th Street until the end of the school year, and then take a full assessment of the safe route to school altogether. I'm not saying we should cancel anything. I'm just saying let's get all the data together. Let's have a meeting in the future when that opportunity arises, and we can determine what to do and what crossing guards should go where, and so on and so forth, but on a full basis with all the information in front of us, not now after the fact. I think we should just leave this the way it is. If there's 4 children crossing at 5th Street right now, well, how many is it until it's okay to not worry about those 4 kids? If there's 1 kid crossing there, I think for a matter of safety, we should just continue this program the way it is right now, and then reassess the whole program in the whole area in the future. So that would be my motion.
Your Honor,
yes.
Could we clarify? I believe it was Councilmember Jackson who made the motion, but in the motion it added asking the company for counts, which we're happy to ask them for those counts. If they do not, though, and I mean, because I'm assuming when we're talking about reassessment over the summer, you want the counts taken now so that you have numbers to reassess over the summer. And if the company, again, refuses to do that, are you asking that staff step in and do that?
Negative.
That was a friendly amendment to my motion.
Okay, I didn't hear an
That's okay.
opposition, so I just wanted to clarify before we go further.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to address that, Councilman Jackson?
Thank you
or
for
I
the-
will, either way.
Thank you for the question. I'm happy to answer it, Mr. Mayor, unless you really want to.
No,
Doesn't matter.
go
No, I am not asking that staff go out and do counts. What I'm asking is that we ask strenuously that these folks do something which I don't think is too hard of an ask. And it would be beneficial, in my opinion, for them to get the numbers. And then I think the real effort will be when we sit down with the school district to figure out the safe route to the school. And then we will have the parent-teacher associations and everybody involved so we can do a proper assessment moving forward. And their assistance or lack thereof may, provide input as we decide how we're going to move forward with our safe routes to school. So
Understood, Councilmember. I also would point out that staff had a discussion earlier today about this, and we are going to look to see what grants might be available. Our understanding is it might be more advantageous to go for those grants through the school district, so that's something that we can follow up with them about as well.
All right, great idea. All right. So
Perfect,
we have
thank
a
you.
motion on the floor and a second. Yes, Councilman Francois.
Yeah, getting back to Councilmember Keegan's point, that, the numbers are skewed now because we have a crossing guard there. And then the bigger picture is, what kind of results are we going to have at the end anyway? We're going to have a bunch of results of data on how many minors are crossing at all the different intersections where we have crossing guards. So are we going to knock off the one that has the least number? Or if Fifth determines to be the least number, and by the way, it was 88 in 8 days, so it's still 5 in the morning and 5 at night. Are we going to axe it then? Or it's just, there could be other intersections that have more traffic and more demand where a crossing guard is better needed. So I'm just wondering what it is we're even going to come up with when we look at all these hodgepodge of numbers of people crossing intersections.
Well, we'll find that out.
But are we going to say, well, we want to yank it now after we've had it? It doesn't seem to make sense.
This is really not relevant to the
Well-
question on the table right now, so.
Mayor, can I just add one thing?
Yes.
On the ask that Mr. Jackson and basically the whole council wants, I want the staff to know, we don't need to know how many adults cross. To make it easier on these guards, they do not need to count the adults, because we weren't taking it into consideration. So if they only have to count children, it doesn't distract them from crossing. Hell, there's 4 kids crossing. They can't remember that and write that down.
Yeah.
But not adults, because I do understand that some of the intersections, we saw a good amount of adults crossing, and why are we, that's not worthy of their time to count the adults.
Let's get each one of them one of those little clicker things they use in the movies.
That's-
And it'd be real simple.
Yeah, no, I'm
Ding,
sure
ding,
that's
ding,
what they
ding,
need,
ding. Okay,
yeah.
at the end of the day, they're looking to go 227. Thank you very much. Let's move on.
4.
Yeah, whatever. That's all the better. And in answer to your question, regardless of what the numbers come up with, and they may be slightly skewed for a rainy day or whatever, but the point is that at the end of the year, when we can sit down and look at the entire picture, we can look at what is the safe route to school, what is a better idea? Should we maybe have some education with the parents to funnel the kids to one spot? Should we put up some sort of barricade that kids can't cross at certain places? There's 100 different ideas that can come around when we do the full assessment and make some new
But we're
ideas.
looking at those intersections where we have crossing guards.
We're looking at all 5 intersections, yeah.
No,
absolutely.
not all 5. We're looking at all the ones in the city.
We're looking at the whole thing.
Yeah, but not the whole thing, not all the intersections that we don't have crossing guards out that we might need. So that was
Whatever.
my point on that.
Okay, thank you.
All
right.
Maybe we could do is warn the children on
Yeah,
Fifth
is that
Street,
what-
they may not have a crossing guard next year.
All of those things
Yeah,
will
I
take
don't
place at the end of the year when we make
Well,
a
that
full
would be-
assessment.
yeah.
All right, I'd like to call the motion, please. Madam City Clerk.
Voting is now open. Motion carries unanimously.
All right, great, thank you, Madam City Clerk. Let's move on to 17D.
Item 17C, adopt resolutions to reclassify and amend the salary and benefits report from the risk management analyst position, approve revised salary schedule, and appropriate funds.
Good evening, City Council. Tonight, we are talking about the risk management reclassification of our current classification, which is a risk management analyst, to a risk program manager. To give you a little background, the risk management analyst position was created in late 2022 and was filled in January 2023. The risk management analyst position was originally very administrative in nature and now has evolved quite a bit over time and is now responsible for full program oversight, policies, claims, and mitigation strategies, ultimately getting it out of the duties of a risk management analyst. And as we have evolved these duties, we've seen that the retention challenges with the current classification have continued over time, as well as we've had 3 incumbents in the last 3 years that have both left within a year of taking on the role. So the current need of our Human Resources Division and the Administrative Services Department is the risk management function has expanded significantly, as mentioned before. Currently, the position as the risk management analyst oversees general liability, insurance, workers' compensation, compliance, and safety, and requires a higher level technical expertise and independent decision-making, which is why we are recommending that it comes up to a program manager. And the reclassification also will drastically improve the recruitment and retention of this position. So staff's recommendation is to adopt the resolution to reclassify the position to risk program manager, approve the revised salary schedule, amend salary and benefits report for unrepresented classifications, and appropriate $22,500 from the insurance fund. And I am available for questions.
Great, thank you. Questions of staff? No one? All right. Bring it back to public comment. Thank you. Madam City Clerk.
Hi, Mayor. We do not have any speaker cards, and we do not have any virtual hands raised for this item.
No one? All right, thank you. Then bring it back to council for a motion or deliberation. Do I have either?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I think Mr. Cashman did a wonderful job, so I'm going to move staff's recommendation.
I'll second that. Moved and seconded with no objection. Call the question.
Voting is now open. Motion carries unanimously.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Item 17D, part-time temporary salary schedule.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to 17E then.
All right, I am back. So this item is for our part-time salary schedule for part-time and temporary employees employed by the city. So to give you some background, the temporary wage schedule is updated periodically, typically year to year. The California minimum wage did increase as of January 1st, 2026 to $16.90 an hour. And the entire salary schedule represents a 2.5% increase over 2025. And in addition to that, the $16.50 an hour minimum wage from 2025 to $16.90 an hour minimum wage for 2026 also represents approximately a 2.5% increase, which is how we decided on that 2.5% increase across all steps and all part-time temporary classifications. So staff proposes a 2.5% adjustment to all temporary classifications to maintain that equity of all those classifications and the steps across the board for those classifications as well. The fiscal impact is for the 2025-2026 estimated cost being $11,000. For our Community Resources Department, that would be $4,300, and for other departments, that would be $6,700. And this would be funded through the existing budget for part-time temporary employees and would be absorbed into those departments' budgets as well. So staff recommends to adopt a resolution to amend the temporary employee hourly wage rates effective January 1st, 2026.
Great, thank you. Council questions? Questions of staff? None? All right, let's move on to public comment. I'll open the public comment. Madam City Clerk.
Mayor, we do not have any virtual hands raised for this item, and we also do not have any speaker cards.
All right, then I'll close the public comment then, seeing none here, and bring it back for council comments, deliberation, or a motion. Do I have any of those things?
Mr. Mayor, I think Mr. Cashman did another great job. I will move staff's recommendation.
Thank you all.
And I'll second that. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Nope. Madam City Clerk, call the question, please.
Voting is now open. And motion carries unanimously.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
We have item 17E, approve an agreement with Robert Half to provide as-needed staff augmentation services citywide.
All right, one last one for you all. Thank you. City Council, this item is regarding temporary staffing for the city on an as-needed basis. To give you some background, the employee vacancies and extended leaves that happen typically will also involve employees leaving with institutional knowledge, as well as leaving special projects and departments at a need. And so when that happens, instead of rushing through a recruitment process or these special projects needing to be put on hold, we are proposing a contract with Robert Half to ultimately hire temporary staffing in the interim while we are recruiting for permanent vacancies or those extended leaves, and have that temporary staffing while those extended leaves are happening. So the purpose of this contract is for on-call short-term staffing support, to supplement city personnel in those needs, and to avoid permanent positions be proposed while those extended leaves or those vacancies have happened. And so currently the immediate need is in 3 departments, currently the city clerk, community development, and human resources, as there are vacancies in 2 of those departments, and there's a need for additional support in one of those departments. In regard to the selection and procurement, we had selected Robert Half because it was the only qualified responsive agency. We reached out to 2 agencies, Robert Half and Munitemps, and we actually tried to get in contact with Munitemps on 2 separate attempts. The previous human resources manager tried once, and I tried once as well, and they were unresponsive on both times. And Robert Half was immediately responsive, has already provided proven reliability and fast placement of their temporary staffing in the 3 departments that are currently being supported by temporary staff from Robert Half. And we do have that successful past use because of those 3 current temporary staff members that we have with the city as well. And the procurement method was through cooperative purchasing. It was competitively awarded and meets the procurement requirements of the city. So the benefits of this contract to the city is that it is a cost-effective staffing solution, ultimately because it is on an as-needed basis. So this contract is up to the amount that it is, $500,000, but ultimately it's not guaranteeing that we are going to spend that amount of money, as it is, as mentioned, on an as-needed basis by the departments and by the city. It avoids those long-term salary and benefits obligations of a permanent employee coming in, whether that be temporary or permanently. It supports uninterrupted operations for projects and day-to-day operations of every department, and maintains the public service levels to be able to serve the city of Hermosa Beach. The fiscal impact of this, the contract is requesting to not exceed $500,000. It will be funded through the salary savings of the vacancies that they are temporarily helping with until, as mentioned, a permanent employee will come on board and fill that position. And in conclusion, it is, again, a flexible staffing solution to bring temporary employees to fill that gap and help the city as needed until that extended leave comes back or that permanent vacancy comes and fills that role. It ensures that continuity of operations for the city and maintains the public service levels to serve our city as well. So staff's recommendation is to approve the agreement for Robert Half Incorporated not to exceed $500,000, to authorize the city attorney for modifications of the public service agreement, and authorize the city manager to execute said agreement. And I am available for questions.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'll bring it back to the council for questions of staff. I have a quick one.
Yes.
This staffing service would be for all departments, but our immediate need is city clerk, community development, and HR. Is that correct?
Correct.
But we could use this anywhere.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Any other questions? Yes, Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the briefing, sir.
Of course.
I've got a couple questions specifically about our organizational operational assessment. Mr. City Manager, I know you've been here a few months now. Have we done a force management operational assessment to figure out whether we have the right sizing with regard to employees? You know, we've been criticized for being bloated. We've got too many employees and spending too much money. And now we are looking to add employees and spend more money. So I'm just trying to make sure that, have we done an assessment to figure out whether we've got the right number? Because the rationale for this action is things that we experience all the time. People come, people go, people are on maternity leave, people are sick. That's the normal course of doing business. Is this something that we plan to start and continue on a regular basis? I mean, $500,000 is a lot of money, particularly when we.
I completely understand.
You know,
So,
and what are we? You know, I understand the 3 that we're trying to currently fill, but I don't understand if we haven't done an overall organizational assessment to figure out whether we need more. I mean, because you talked about, you know, if we lose an employee with institutional knowledge, we're not going to get a temp with institutional knowledge, right? So I'm not sure. We're getting a body to replace a body, but the 2 bodies are not the same. And I'm just trying to understand to make sure that we've got the right, not just augmentation, but the right staff in terms of numbers to fit our organizational needs, understanding that people come, people go, people have babies, people get sick, people are in accidents. So help me understand that.
We have not done an overall assessment of position needs at the time moving from interim to permanent. So far, we've maintained the number of employees that we've had. Now, some of you said has come and go, but some of those folks who've come and gone, those positions we had some critical needs for, experience doing certain things. We're not meant, these are temps, they're not meant to be full-time permanent people that we're replacing. We're going to go out for recruitment for each of these positions. We are currently. For instance, though, in terms of, well, now Tyler is the interim HR manager, so to backfill him as HR analyst and risk management analyst, we've hired a temp, Boyd Heron, who has a great deal of experience, more experience than our previous risk manager had in that field, having dealt with typically we vet these folks. They don't just send people to us and we accept whoever they give. We vet these folks. And this person had experience at the county and multiple cities. So he's filling that spot there and doing a lot of the work, both high-end work and low-end work, and he's happy to do that. He's coming out of retirement. The wife wants him out of the house. Great. For the other ones, we had a real immediate need in community development, and again, the clerk's office for the PRA reviews because they were overwhelmed at the time. So we're not looking to add these folks on under this $500,000 umbrella. I don't foresee us reaching that $500,000. These are gap fillers, and if we do, we'll come back. And it was suggested that we provide you, a monthly report of what we spend on temp services. We're happy to do that too, to keep track of it. But as far as an overall assessment, this is not part of an overall assessment. We can certainly do that, but this is to fill gaps between when we lose people and when we can hire people with experienced people in the area of municipal work.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I would appreciate a status update periodically in terms of, and as you immerse yourself more and more in the city, I think an overall manpower, personnel power assessment, I think, would be good to have, to make sure we've got the right mix of temporary, permanent, and then an assessment with regard to a bench that we need.
No doubt.
I mean, 500,000 is a big number, and we've taken a lot of heat, for having a big bloated staff, to include the risk analyst you mentioned earlier, unnecessary waste of money. So I think we need to make sure that we are detailing what it is our requirements are, what specific needs are being filled, and then how those are being filled to enable us, you, to better serve our community.
Absolutely, Councilmember. I have heard those same things myself for many, many years. And I can tell you that having been on both sides of things, we hire to meet the demands of the jobs and expectations of the community. Of course, we have constraints. We have budget constraints. We certainly here in this city right now have space constraints. And so those are the things that we will work on as well for the full picture.
I appreciate that. And as we know, with our budget shortfalls that'll be forthcoming in the next couple of years, this is even more critical. So to add $500,000 is a significant chunk of change. So,
Understood.
thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I would like to comment on that same subject. Councilman Jackson, if you recall, some years ago, well, it wasn't that long ago, we in the Public Works Department hired what we used to refer to it as the bench, people who were ready to go when we needed more personnel for different projects. And I think this is basically the same thing, where this number of $500,000 doesn't necessarily mean we're going to spend all of that in the first week or at all. This is as needed. We're likely to fill these three positions for however long it takes until we can find permanent people, and we may not ever come anywhere near the $500,000.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions of staff? Yes, Councilman Jackson. Francois.
Would there be any advantage, or would it be reasonable to bring it down to 400,000 instead of 500? I mean, I don't know if that is a way to make it feel a little safer for what we're doing, or would that hamper?
It's at council's discretion.
Yeah, okay.
If we needed to come back after 400,000, we certainly could. But, this is more of a symbolic number. Again, I don't expect to reach 500. We're not going to reach 500,000 over this next year. I just won't do that.
Yeah. Okay.
That's something everybody runs for the exits all at once. I don't foresee that at all.
Okay, thank you. And we did receive public comment, and I think maybe you addressed some of them in the presentation, but there was a suggestion in the comment that we're covering for functions that were previously performed by the deputy city manager. That's not true, is it, or?
No.
Okay.
We wouldn't have a deputy city manager be an administrative assistant in community development. We wouldn't have a deputy city manager review PRA requests. And, the functions right now of like I said, the HR analyst and the risk management analyst, we've got someone with decades of experience in both those things.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. If there are no other council questions of staff, I'll open the public comment. Madam City Clerk.
Mayor, we do not have any speaker cards for this item. And we do have one virtual hand raised. Nancy, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Hi, it's Nancy Schwabhack again. So I'm concerned about how we're looking at this from a financial standpoint. I thought I heard staff say the costs would be covered by the amounts not being paid to the position that was in the budget. So whether it's 400,000, 500,000, or whatever, it seemed to me it was just moving money from one pocket to another. So if that's not true, that might be interesting to know. And there will be a surcharge. There's always staffing fees and whatever. But it seemed like it was mostly covered out of existing budget. And then I'm sorry, I just have to say it. Councilmember Jackson is talking now about criticism of having a bloated staff, and now we are increasing a bloated staff. And I'm just curious why you weren't speaking up when those positions were created. So if you think these are increasing an already bloated staff, or you're at risk for being criticized for these positions increasing a bloated staff, I don't know, it seems you might want to look in a mirror. And then to ask the city manager now in public to say that you would like to see a manpower, personnel power assessment as a part of his duties, I agree 100%. Let's go make sure we have the right staffing. I think a lot of us think we don't. And I would certainly encourage him to do that. And I would encourage you to put that on your list of things you would like to accomplish if you ever choose to submit that list or create that list or provide that feedback to him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, we do not, yes, Mayor, we do not have any other virtual hands raised for this item.
All right, thank you. I'll close public comment then and bring it back to council for comments, deliberation, or a motion.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I know I had a lot of questions for the city manager when this, during our recap or review or preview or whatever you want to call it. I feel comfortable with the answers. I feel comfortable with the presentation today. I feel comfortable with the 500,000, knowing that, again, this is paid through vacancy savings when we have long-term absences or people search other opportunities for their work. So I'm more than happy with moving staff's recommendation tonight.
Thank you. And I feel comfortable with your motion, and I will second it. Any other comment? And let's, yes, comment?
I said you two guys are quite a team.
That's what we do here. We work together on things. So, Madam City Clerk, will you call the question, please?
Voting is now open. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to 17F.
Item 17F, introduce an ordinance to amend Hermosa Beach Municipal Code, Chapters 2.20, Community Resources Department, 2.28, Parks, Recreation, and Community Resources Advisory Department, and 12.30, Special Events on Public Property.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Welcome, Lisa Nichols.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I have a very brief presentation and verbal report for you tonight. At Council's December 9th meeting, it was Council's direction to staff to return to execute the official renaming of the Community Resources Department to the Parks and Recreation Department. Therefore, this item is staff's recommendation to waive the first reading of the necessary municipal code amendments that would rename the department and rename the Parks, Recreation, and Community Resources Advisory Commission to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission, and rename the Community Resources Director to the Parks and Recreation Director. So if approved by City Council, we would return for the formal adoption of this ordinance at your next meeting, and then from 30 days from that point, if approved, we would officially be named the Parks and Recreation Department. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate it. Questions of staff? None? Okay. I will open the public comment then. Madam City Clerk.
Mayor, we do not have any speaker cards for this item, and we do not have any virtual hands raised.
Great. Thank you. I will close public comment then, seeing none. And I move staff recommendation to the staff recommendation.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I will only support this if we can do the branding of the actual TV show, introducing all the staff.
I just told her she has
social
to
media.
change her name to Leslie Knope.
Yeah, no, you have to like, the screens pop up and all the staff get,
Yeah.
I'm watching it
Got
right
it.
now. so.
Leslie Nopa for most of you.
All right, great. Thank you. Well, that notwithstanding, would we call a question, please?
Voting is now open. Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you, Madam City Clerk. 17G.
Item 17G, adopt a resolution and authorize change order for the construction of CIP 699 parking lot C structure improvements.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Mr. City Manager. I'm here to present the First Amendment to approve the construction contract for Slater Waterproofing, Inc. for CIP 699 Lot C structure improvements. Next slide. Next slide, please. So just for some background, May 13th, 2025, City Council awarded the construction contract to Slater Waterproofing. The amount of the contract was $1,740,542 with a contingency of $262,000. The project scope included mainly structural concrete repairs, including concrete spalls throughout the structure, new guardrails, new barrier cables, electrical improvements, which included sump pump improvements at the very bottom level, as well as general aesthetic improvements and repairs, including power washing, concrete surfaces, restriping the parking structure with the same parking count, minor painting, as well as other aesthetic repairs. Next slide, please. So during the construction of this project started in October 6th, 2025. Within the first 2 weeks of construction during the demolition process, multiple compromised post-tension tendons were encountered during the first couple of weeks. City engaged our structural engineering design consultant. We got them involved to do a detailed structural investigation and analysis, which was started in late October, early November, went all the way through December to get recommendations. Part of the recommendations from that analysis included immediate full closure of the parking structure, the compromised tendons and the extent of the compromised tendons required shoring to be included throughout the structure from the top floor all the way down, as you can see in the picture. That did include the entry and exit for the parking structure, which rendered the structure inoperable. Next slide, please. So while the structure was fully closed down, staff did move to complete additional structural repairs, which were initially scoped for future phase 2. And what we had encountered is that the current spall repairs and epoxy crack repairs along the walls that were identified had been more invasive. They were unappealing, and aesthetically something needed to be done. We recommend, while the parking structure was closed, we also recommend taking advantage of the structure as we completed more repairs to complete a comprehensive painting of the entire structure, which would include ceilings, beams, columns, and including the exterior facade. And lastly, some schedule impacts that would be resulting from this work. Even with the added painting scope, partial opening of the parking structure is to be completed by the first week of February. That would reopen the bottom level of the structure as well as half of the top level. And full parking structure opening is anticipated by the end of March. Next slide, please. So the recommendations from staff per the staff report are to determine that this portion is exempt from CEQA guidelines, to adopt a resolution authorizing an increase of $240,873 to fund the construction change order contract for painting of the parking structure, for a total current authorization of $2,243,415. Now, out of the $240,873 for the change order, there is already $88,000. Sorry. $88,916 that's already been appropriated to this project, and staff is requesting an additional appropriation of $151,957 to complete this work. And we're requesting to authorize city manager to execute the amendment and approve minor modifications to complete this project. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Quick question. What was the damage to the tendons in the first place? Were they rusted, cracked, broken, disconnected?
So there were a combination of damage to the tendons. About 25% of them that were encountered were rusted. The tendons were closer to surface through water seepage or pre-existing cracks that were not included in any maintenance of the structure for the last 20 years. There were also other damage to the tendons that occurred during the demolition phase.
Okay, so what's the method of curing the rusted tendons? You cut out the rusted part and replace them, solid weld?
Correct. So the method to replace the rusted portions as well as any other damaged portions, it's called a dog bone repair method. It's essentially splicing the tendons at the repair point and then extending them as far back as we can take them to an end point and tying them in, encasing them in concrete, waiting for the concrete to cure, and then tensioning them so they have that strength.
So these tendons, by definition, are in tension. Is that correct?
At the completion of the project, yes, they're in tension.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we shore it up. Is that we don't actually have to actually pull it back together and then repair the tendons?
No.
We just, in the place where it is right then, you weld on to another section on there.
Correct.
To support it.
And
then,
I'd like
of course,
to-
remove the rust, naturally.
Correct.
You want to just leave it there. And then you fill in the concrete around it.
Correct.
And then fix any spalling and so on and so forth, and then waterproof it again.
Correct.
Okay. Why did this happen in the first place? Is this because of deferred maintenance? Did we just not notice this, or basically, why do we have this problem?
So portions are from deferred maintenance. The tendons, I don't believe there's any maintenance that was done, or much maintenance that was done to the project, to the parking structure in the last 20 years, 25 years since it was initially constructed in 2000. Portions of the structure, they were just, they were compromised. There wasn't as much concrete cover over the rebar or the tendons as should have been due to deterioration. And routine maintenance should take care of that problem going forward.
Due to deterioration of what? The concrete? You said there's
Yeah,
not as
so
much
the worst-
concrete around the steel that should have been?
Correct.
Due to deterioration. Was the concrete deteriorating?
Yeah, so most of the concrete that was deteriorated was on the top floor where it's more exposed to the elements.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. So concrete itself failed. There's waterproofing on top of that, right?
Currently,
On the
there is
top
no
floor.
waterproofing. So
There's
part
no-
of this project is including traffic coating and waterproofing, so we avoid that.
Okay, so when the structure was built in the first place, there was no waterproofing on the top floor.
That's correct.
And then so rain found some small crack and got in there, and then it got worse and worse and worse. How can we not have deferred maintenance? I mean, shouldn't this, I know, again, from my experience, deferred maintenance never gets any cheaper, ever, no matter what it is. So if it's a new roof on your garage or if it's the parking structure like this, the deferred maintenance costs more the longer you let it go. How can we fix this so we don't have deferred maintenance?
Well, we're always going to be anticipating deferred maintenance. There's going to be regular schedules to check the structural capacity and the structural soundness of the structure, especially considering that it is a post-tension structure. It has a certain lifespan. Within that lifespan, you're going to do analyses, make sure that the structure is holding up as it should. Deferred maintenance will always be there. For the question that you'd mentioned earlier, initially there was no waterproofing, there was no traffic coating on top of the concrete. That is being installed as part of this project so that deferred maintenance is going to be reduced going forward. The portions and the post-tension tendons and the structural rebar, they're not going to be as easily exposed. It's more protection for the structure.
Was the lack of waterproofing on the top floor because that was not a requirement 25 years ago when this was built?
I believe so, yeah.
I see. So today, if we were to build this again today, there would certainly be waterproofing at the get-go.
Correct. It would follow all normal guidelines and structural requirements, yes.
Okay, all right. Is there an inspection process now in place to avoid deferred maintenance on all of our municipal structures?
So
Because I know
we-
much has been said about this building. This is wrong and that's wrong and it's leaking here and so on and so forth. It's deferred maintenance. So are those things being addressed on this building and say the community center and the parking lot and so on and so forth, so that we don't have this problem in the future?
Thank
Thanks,
you, Mayor.
Joe.
I'm gonna jump in and help Saad
Please
out
do,
as
yes.
we get more of a global look.
Yeah.
So, one thing that we've been trying to do is knock out the backlog of projects. This particular project, Lot C, has been in the books for many years. When I came to the city 4.5 years ago, there was an old inspection report that was sitting on a shelf and not going anywhere. We have been trying to expedite critical projects that address deferred maintenance and critical life safety needs in our buildings, facilities, and public spaces. And so this has been a big push. Saad has done a heroic job moving this forward and getting this thing into construction. And we have a lot of deferred maintenance that we're tackling. And this is a classic example. The elevator needed substantial renovation. This facility needed to be fixed. And there was a deadline in that structural report, and we're beyond it. We had to update that report to catch all the things that have changed, even just since it was originally evaluated. And we're trying to address as much as we can. There's going to be more of this. And as we get into each facility, we're going to find more of these items and bring them to you. But what we're trying to do is tackle the hottest things, where we have electrical issues in Base 3. We have a gas system that doesn't work in the community center. We're tackling structural issues on Lot C and the pier. And we're trying to knock out the fires, the bigger ones first, and we'll keep working on these. But I think going forward, we have to get into our budget and annualize a more regular plan. So we need to come back and have a plan in several years from now of when the traffic coding needs to be replaced and not just ignore that it's there.
Yeah.
And so that's something that have to be budgeted, as well as regular intervals of structural inspections to address anything that going forward. But this is what we're trying to build into the system as we're putting out the fires.
Right, okay. And I have every confidence that what you're doing should be effective for many years to come, and we wouldn't have this problem again in another 5 or 10 years, or even 25 years.
Yeah, hopefully not. Hopefully these are some lasting improvements, and as we look at that traffic coding, we can continue to maintain it over time to help avoid larger repairs.
All right, great, thank you. Any other questions of staff? All right, thank you. We'll open the public hearing then. Thank you so much for the report, appreciate it. Madam City Clerk.
Mayor, we do not have any speaker cards, and we also do not have any virtual hands raised for this item.
Okay, then close public comment, bring it back to the council for comments, deliberation, and a motion. All right, I will make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
Third, okay. Moved and seconded. Madam City Clerk, will you call the question, please?
Voting is now open. Motion carries unanimously.
Great, thank you.
Next, we have item 17H, informational item regarding fees for commercial encroachment areas.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Myra, for all your years. Good to see you one last time. So this is an informational item regarding fees for commercial encroachment areas. Next slide, please. In October 28th, 2025, Council brought up this issue to discuss. Next slide, please. So, a little background on this. During COVID-19, the city allowed encroachment areas where they had never been allowed before, and with no fees at the time, in the midst of the pandemic. In 2022, as the pandemic started slowing down, Council approved a $1.50 per square foot fee across the board. And then in June of 2023, new fees were established for the various categories for a 3-year period. And there's a table, next slide please, to describe that. And so these fees, as you can see, starting in 23-24, going through 25-26, broken down by different areas based on, loosely on what was in the municipal code and based on kind of more of the type of business and hours of operation. So you can see those there, and I'm sure we will discuss those more in a minute. Next slide, please. This is a map, a little hard to see, but this shows all the different encroachment areas. And so this is Pier Plaza, this is on-street dining decks, this is sidewalks and other public right-of-way areas all over town, mostly on Pier Avenue and Hermosa Avenue and the plaza, but they are sprinkled a little bit all over town. And some of these go way, way, way back, and some of these were new during COVID for instance, the dining decks. Next slide, please. And so things to think about in this is in 2023, when that 3-year fee schedule was approved, this was based again on categories, through the municipal code categories that were already in place, but also, council at the time, and if I can speak for council at the time, kind of considered, and some of our council members will remember, based on a variety of factors, whether it was location, type of business, hours of operation, et cetera. Since then, one business has commented on these fees. Otherwise, there's been little to no feedback. And as of this year, those fees are set, and there are no anticipated or scheduled adjustments. That fee schedule that was approved in 2023 is now, like I said, at its cap with no future adjustments anticipated. And so with that, I'll defer to council for questions and thoughts.
Any questions of staff and council?
No questions. Just want to like to discuss some of the items. I don't have any questions.
Francois?
Well, I'm looking at all the fees, and they vary from $2 all the way up. And they're determined by a few different factors there. So can you go through a little bit the criteria of causing all these different fees?
Well, again, I can't fully speak for what council's decision was at the time. There's a handful of things. Per our code, there are somewhat categories based on, there's retail versus the plaza. I think what was also considered at the time was geography, right? There's the dining decks on-street dining decks were new at the time, right? And those, of course, are mostly wooden structures, temporary, built-in parking places on our right-of-way, versus Pier Plaza, which was established by council 20, 30 years ago to be, extensions of those businesses into the plaza when it was turned into a plaza. And then you have these kind of older traditional encroachments, for instance, Mickey's in the Green Store and Martha's that are just big chunks of right-of-way that have been there for a long time. Some of them have walls and things built into them. All these factors I would assume were considered by council at the time and brought into that fee schedule without more than that.
So we sat.
Sure.
Oh, go ahead.
Can you put the slide back up?
Yeah, sure.
The fees, just so
Right.
they can see them.
So it was a variety of
So did we
considerations.
come up with a set of criteria of what was going to have, which kind of business was going to have kind of fee, or what?
Well, these fees, again, I think everything was considered, but what was established is shown there on the slide. So it's really based, at the time, it was based on, again, per CUPs and loosely on some of the things described in the code. You've got hours of operation and type of business.
Yeah.
An alcohol business that stays open past midnight versus, the lower category, which is all the others, so to speak, which is on street, off of the plaza, the kind of legacy ones like Mickey's, for instance. And so those are in the lower category versus the top category, which is Sharky's, for instance.
Was there any effect on whether it takes over parking or not on the street? And how much we charge for that?
That was what was decided. I think.
So there's no correlation to whether it takes over parking meter spaces or not?
No, that is what we're
Yeah.
currently working upon, and that's that.
All
You
right,
know, again, I mean, what went through everybody's mind and was discussed, I won't speak on, but that's what was decided at the time, and what we're still working upon.
Okay, and why was the beach house at $2? The beach house is less than the others. Do you know why that one was?
Beach House has a special arrangement which was built into when they were built. There's a special agreement related to that, and I'll leave it at that. I can't say much more than that.
Does the beach house have a dining deck of any kind?
They use some encroachment area, some public right-of-way, and
Yeah,
they have an
of course,
encroachment
the
area.
alleyway and
But again, that's way
But they
before
don't actually
COVID.
have a dining deck.
No, they
No,
have.
but this is a sidewalk area, an expanded sidewalk area outside of their.
It's on the north
Yeah, in
side.
that alley.
It's
Yeah.
no, it's on the north side adjacent to their food.
Right.
It goes into a walk street
Oh,
area.
right, but there's no tables or chairs.
Yeah,
or
there is. They
Oh,
use
there
it-
are.
They use it for events and different things.
There's a lot of quirks, of course.
Yeah.
This is Hermosa, but yeah, I mean, for the most part, that's everybody is applied by that. Yes.
I remember when we did this, and these fee schedules are basically, Plaza was the highest amount because that was the greatest impact, and they clearly serve food and alcohol and so on. And then Upper Pier Avenue, again, they took up parking and so on and so forth, so they had a different fee schedule. And the smallest one at $2.50 a square foot was for those odd little spots, like you said, like Mickey's and so on. So I don't think they're too far off at all. I wanted to kind of review all of this to see where we were with it. So,
A lot of them are at $2.50 though, you know.
beg your pardon?
A lot of them are at $2.50 already.
Actually, very few of them are. It's the other way around. It's just Mickey's and the Green Store.
Well,
And there, if you'll note, no.
250
Bottom blue
also.
box here, it says retail there. The difference, I think, is those Mickey's and are not really restaurants. They don't have table service. There's no waitress going back and forth. They are basically a retail business. Mickey sells sandwiches and meatballs and so on. And they have a couple little tables out there, but there's no table service. So they're actually a retail place. Same with the Green Store. They basically sell groceries and stuff, but they do have sandwiches, and they let people sit out there.
Okay.
But
Well,
again, no table service.
I'm looking at the commercial
Likewise.
encroachment fee log that's attached.
Right.
And all those businesses are listed. There's a
Right.
lot of them that are at $2.50.
Right, because
Hook and
250
Plow, sushi, so
250 covers all the on-street dining decks, and then everybody off the plaza,
Yeah.
and retail, which there's a couple that are purely retail, meaning they're not selling food at all.
Right.
Whereas Mickey's and the Green Store sell food. They have a seating area with tables, but
Uncorked
they're not
is in
a
that
restaurant.
area too, sort of, because, well, they have.
Uncorked,
yeah.
right? Exactly.
Right.
And there's
Okay.
Los Colosos and all. There's
Well, all right. So are there any other questions of staff? Is there any comments? Anything?
I'll talk about it in deliberations.
We have public comment.
public
first.
comment,
Yeah, thank you. All right, thank you. Seeing no other questions of staff, we'll go to public comment. Madam City Clerk.
Mayor, we do not have any virtual hands raised, and I have not received any speaker cards for this item.
Okay, so seeing none, I'll close public comment, bring it back to council
I
for,
apologize. We just have one virtual hand raise that just popped up.
okay, fine. That's no
Nancy
problem.
Shopak, your 3 minutes will begin once you begin speaking.
Hi, thank you again. I would really like to support Lana and the Green Store. I love that location. I love what they've done. And so I'm grateful that you guys are considering her comments and her needs. And I really appreciate this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
Mayor, we do not have any other virtual hands raised.
all right, thank you. I'll reclose public comment then and bring back to council for any kind of comments or deliberation.
I'll speak because I brought this forward. I wanted to bring this forward for a couple categories on this and just point out a couple things. I mean, we did these fixed raises. One was, a 25% raise, rental raise 2 years ago, and then recently we raised it another 20%. So in the last 2 years, we've raised the $6 category by 45% in 2 years. And it's a tough retail and food environment to deliver a product in the current retail and food business. And I just think those kind of rates are very fast increases. And now, of course, our staff has told us, we're going to stay flat for a while. I just think that $6 is a lot of money. I mean, in 1998, when this plaza opened, it was free for the first year. And then after that, it was $1. So we've gone from $1 to $6 in the 28 years that we've had the plaza. That's well exceeding any kind of CPI that we could come forward with. And I just think that that's a little high, and I think it wouldn't be a bad thing to look at that a little closer. And the other item is that the two stores that I was kind of bringing this forward for were Mickey's and for the Green Store, and mainly because of the comments from the Green Store to me a few months ago, just regarding how fast it's gone up and how little money she makes off of the patio, because it's really like a kind of a gift that, she lets people sit there. She didn't for a long time, and now has created a little area there, and it keeps improving on it. And it's more for her advertising, and it's more to make her store look more pleasant and more inviting. And she doesn't make that much money off of the sales that people sit out there for, and she has to clean it up and maintain it, and it's really not that helpful for her business, but she feels it makes the store, customers see her store and see it in a more positive light. And I just think $2.50 is too much for that. I think it should be rolled back to, $1.50. And then the same for Mickey's, because again, they don't do table service. They don't have an alcohol sale out there. They can't bring beer and wine out there. It's just a different animal. They're basically convenience stores. And I think those convenience stores should be at a lower rate. And then I do want to address the retailers. I mean, currently, retailers are closing everywhere. I don't know if you've been to the Whole Foods Center in El Segundo, but the whole end of the shopping center on the south end, where there used to be a Pinkberry and a bunch of miscellaneous businesses, is now office space. It's been taken by Motor Trend magazine to do studios there. And so they took out about 40,000 feet of retail to put in an office use because they can't get tenants to those areas. And so the retail area is really suffering, and I think it would be a gesture. We want to help businesses in town. I think we should lower the rate for the retail sales down there. All the businesses we see on the list here, none of them are, all their businesses are down from 2-3 years ago, and even in the late 2020 numbers. I mean, no one's complaining to you, Doug, but Dennis Jarvis calls me about every 6 months to complain about it. So I don't know if he's contacted you, but he's contacted me quite a bit. Right. And he thinks that it should be free because he's the only one selling clothes down there, and he's the only one that's a true retailer, and he's given me 20 other reasons why it should be lower. And just so you know, he has to sell about, $400 worth of clothes every day to pay that rent for that space. Right. And so it's pretty tough on a rainy day to sell $400 worth of clothing that you got outside that isn't outside on a rainy day. And I just think we should do something for them. And that's why I wanted to revisit this. I just think that when they put those fixed increases in, they didn't think about the businesses. And we have a chance to maybe roll that back. And that's just, I hope I can get some support from my colleagues on that. So I'll leave it up to them to see where this goes.
Councilman Keegan, if I might comment. I'm pretty sure you weren't on council at the time when we set these fees in the first place, when we designed the plaza, dining decks, and set limits on square footage and so on and so forth. So let me just ask this question. Do we have any information about what does it cost per square foot for a dining room inside a restaurant? What's the going rate? In other words, you're going to buy a building and put it in a restaurant. What's this per square foot price?
I don't know.
I think it's way more than $6.
I don't know.
Any ideas about that? Beg your pardon?
15.
$15
Pier Plaza is probably in the $6 to $7 range.
For dining room?
For the dining room. For the restaurant, the whole restaurant, not the dining room, the whole restaurant.
All right, so then $6 a square foot for the patio is about in line with that.
Keep in mind, it's weather-driven, and you're right, it does introduce people to the restaurant.
Right. Well, the other side of that
Also,
weather is when it's nice and sunny.
But when you pay $6, you get a building, a roof, walls, electrical. You get more than cement. You rent more than cement.
Yeah, I appreciate that. The other side of that weather is that it's when it's nice and sunny out, the patio's full and inside's not.
I'm just pointing out that when you build a building to rent it, you don't charge as much
Okay.
for the outside space as the inside.
I don't want to debate it. I agree with you on the retail. Seems that we could roll that back a little bit because those places, like you said, the Green Store, they just put some tables out there to enhance the ambiance there and so on and so forth, and they don't have any table service, and they are basically a grocery store. So I could see that. I don't know, about $1.50, maybe somewhere in between $2, let's say. But other than that, I think the other rates are fine the way they are. On the upper pier, we're at the $4 rate. You know, they're taking up parking for those decks, and I think they need to pay something for that. And I think it's a reasonable, $4 a square foot is reasonable for that. $6 a square foot is reasonable for the plaza. Again, the retail, I could see rolling that back a little bit, maybe to $2. But as long as we're just deliberating here, those are my thoughts on that. So if there's any other discussion, anyone have any other ideas? Yes, Councilman Francois.
Yeah, I'd support an action item that would bring the retail down from 250 to 2. I think we should support our retailers every way to go. I don't know if there's a way to define an establishment such as a store. You know, maybe they should go to 2 if it's to go only, or no waitress service, no alcohol. You know, maybe there's some way to do that to bring it to 2 instead of
I think
250.
table service is basically a pretty good cutoff for that. So if you have waitresses and table service, then that's restaurant. And if you don't, like Mickey's and
Right.
Green Store,
Okay.
and no, I think Granny's. Do they have table service at Granny's?
They don't pay.
They don't pay anything. Okay.
That's because they're in residential zone.
Yeah, it's a
Right,
different story. Yeah. Okay.
So we do have that. We have
Yeah.
residential businesses that pay nothing because they're in residential zone.
They're also on private property.
Yeah, that's right.
That's not private property, it's city property.
Granny's?
Yeah, Granny's is.
Granny's
That's their
100%.
front yard.
Yes, that's not the property line is 15 feet back from the sidewalk.
Front of the sidewalk, back of the
I live on the street.
Okay.
You want
All
to
right.
take a wager on that one?
No, well,
I'm open, all money.
okay. All right. Well, let's
No,
move on.
all the properties there are 115 feet from the sidewalk, and all the properties are 100 feet long on Monterey.
All right. Thank you.
The point is that businesses in residential zones don't have to pay an encroachment fee if they get an encroachment. There's no fee involved.
Yeah.
That's the point, right? Yeah, Granny's and others, that they're in residential zones, so they get an encroachment, they don't pay fees for it.
I'm not aware of any operation aside from Granny's that doesn't pay this.
I agree. There aren't very many
Okay.
of them at all.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. So, any other deliberation or ideas, questions? No? Shall we move on then for the motion? Is there a
Well,
motion?
move
And do
that
we
we
want
receive
to?
and-
Beg your pardon?
You're seeking
Well,
an
we're
action item. Is
discussing,
that what
yeah,
you're
we're
seeking?
discussing whether or not to make an action item out of this to go to, let's say, $2 for the retail businesses.
Okay, I'll make a motion to move for the 2 businesses that are on this list that do only what I call retail food, no table service, to go to $2.
Yes,
This is a receive and file. This is a information item, not a action item.
but if we get 3 people, it
Well,
could
then
be.
it would come back as an action item.
That's
Correct,
correct.
that's what we're
That's
trying
what
to
we're
do.
doing.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's not what I
That
heard.
was, the motion is to move it, staff to come back with it, but I have to make some kind of motion.
Just to clarify, that you're talking about retail and no
table
alcohol. You shouldn't list the individual businesses.
No,
We're
but
not-
I'm giving
We're
you
not
an
doing
idea.
it on individuals.
No.
Okay,
No.
Okay.
Retail food, we'll categorize
Right.
those.
okay.
All right, there's the motion. I'll second it.
Retail food and retail?
And retail, let's make a second motion on that.
Retail stores, if we have to make a model out of that, that would be like Mickey's, for instance. They sell sandwiches and stuff. They don't have table service. It's
No table
It's not a restaurant.
So we
They're
have-
retail stores.
So we have 3. Is that an action item then?
No, well, let's just clarify what your action item is.
It's just for the
Bring this back.
retail to bring back a vote on lowering the rate for retail food off this list to $2.
There was more than that. Retail,
Nope, retail, period.
Retail
Okay,
food.
to bring it down to 2, and that is a future agenda item.
Yes.
And you agree with it, and you need 3 people to agree, and I agree with it. You don't need a motion, it's 3 of us agree.
Right.
To a future agenda item.
There you have
Okay.
it.
Mayor, can I also make a second motion to lower the retail to $1 a foot? On the same style motion.
I won't support that.
Okay.
No. Okay? Are we good then?
I just have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Okay, I understand the retail, Spider Surf Shop, understand that.
Yeah.
I'm having a tough time with the second portion of that, the Mickey's and the Green Store, that rely considerably on their outdoor encroachment spaces for their business model. So while they don't have table service, I'm just trying to understand why we're and we have had no issue for Mickey, so we're carving out a policy for one business owner that is relying on public space for her business. So I'm just trying to understand, is anyone with tables, no non-table services be part of this? What is the distinction? They're not a, I mean, they're
Retail food, not no table service. That's the direction.
So
if they bring my sandwich to me on the deck, is that table service?
that would be table service,
Okay,
and they
that-
don't do that. You buy
It's
your
actually
sandwich,
called
and if you want to sit
modified.
out there and eat it, you can.
No, I've been to both.
I know.
Table
I know, I
service-
understand
on a
that.
regular basis. and they
Table
would-
That's
serv-
the distinction we're making.
The table service would be waitress and waiters. Servers.
So we have 3 to agree to bring this back. And I believe that closes the item. No need for a motion? Mr. City Attorney?
No.
You don't, no.
Okay.
You're going to bring it back.
It's already been done.
Okay, let's move on then. Item 17I.
Item 17I, consideration of approval for a boards and commission handbook. This is the last municipal matter item for tonight.
Thank you. Is there a staff report?
Yes. So tonight, I'm going to provide a little bit of background. Currently, the role of each board and commission is to advise the council and provide you with recommendations within their respective areas of responsibility. And we listed here the 5 boards and commissions that you currently have in place. Our office has, in the last week and a half, 2 weeks, created a boards and commission handbook intended to provide new and existing board and commission members with an overview of their roles and responsibilities, the organizational structure of the city, standards adopted by city council, and to promote consistent and informed decision-making. Here we outline the general outline of the handbook with the various sections. Section 1, we just kind of give overview and background information. Section 2, we really break it down into their roles, duties, and limitations, decorum, overview of the commission's policies and procedures, meetings and process, agenda management system. And then Section 3 goes more into the legal procedures that relate to the municipal code, the Brown Act, which is in the California Government Code, public records of request, conflict of interest code, et cetera. And then we also have the ethics training in accordance with AB 1234 and AB 1661. Starting with the sexual harassment prevention training, Assembly Bill 1661 requires that sexual harassment prevention training and education be provided to all compensated or reimbursed elected and appointed officials. Currently, our volunteers serving on the boards and commissions are not compensated, nor do they receive reimbursements for their services. However, mandating this training will promote consistency across the city. Staff recommends that council provide direction on whether to require this training for all of its boards and commission members. Currently, we broke down the live scan and the background checks. That's not something that we currently offer for our boards and commissions. As it relates to live scan, that's currently what we do for all city employees. It just is general criminal history, arrest charges, convictions, and everything that's listed here. With a background check, that's a new service that I believe the Human Resources Division has entered into a contract, and we will be able to do it if council directs staff to proceed with background checks for new commissioners. And this is more in depth with just verifying employment verification, education verification, since City Council often reviews an application and determines whether a commissioner or an applicant is qualified to serve based on their resume and the application that they submit. So this would really we'll be able to verify whether or not the information they're sharing with you is accurate. The fiscal impact for both between the live scans and the background checks are currently budgeted in the Human Resources Division for new city staff hires, and any costs associated with them would be absorbed by the Human Resources Division budget. And so our recommendation tonight, and I'll give a little bit more background based on the feedback from e-comments that were submitted, but the recommendation tonight is for you to review the Boards and Commission Handbook as it was drafted and provide feedback to staff if you want us to come back with something different or modify the text that's in it. Provide also direction on whether you would like live scan or background check, a check requirement for newly appointed commissioners, and also provide direction on requiring sexual harassment prevention training for commissioners. And the reason why we tried to get this on this agenda as quickly as possible is because starting in March, we recently updated the code, and we will now be making all of the applications through a portal, NetFile. So we're launching that early March so that the residents can apply there. And so we want to streamline all the processes and enable all of the correct trainings so that when that process comes to fruition through that new system, we're able to have all those trainings readily available, and we can also have a handbook available for new commissioners as well. And as it relates to some of the comments provided by some of the commissioners, it is in fact true. We did not circulate this to the boards and commissioners. We actually did review some of the handbooks that are provided by other municipalities, including Manhattan Beach, and sort of followed the general table of contents and some of the content provided by other jurisdictions. However, we will take your feedback and make any modifications as you see fit. Yep, and that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you. Questions of staff? Yes, Francois.
Thank you. I guess there's some improvements to the handbook I think can be made, but I'll save that for deliberations. But getting into this live scan and background check. So the live scan is pretty straightforward, Department of Justice scan. I believe it costs about $100 for a live scan. Is that what that costs?
Yeah, sure. So the cost for that is approximately $39, and the cost for a background check is approximately $100.
Okay, so the scan's done, and if anything is inconsistent with the application, then what would be the process? Would we, obviously, you're not going to make this public. We'll do it in a closed session and decide whether they get appointed or do they just automatically not get appointed. What would be the process in that situation?
So on the application, we would modify the application that we're going to launch through NetFile to have a disclaimer that if they weren't able to pass a live scan and/or background check, depending on your direction, they would forfeit their position, and we would come back to you to fill a vacancy.
So you come back to us in open session and interview candidates over again?
Correct.
And they just wouldn't be appointed?
That's correct.
Yeah, they're not personnel.
Right. So I can see how that can work in a live scan, but the background check, I mean, I don't know if it's only $100. You said that the cost is absorbed, but if we go through all these things and there's some inconsistently the app, like maybe they forgot to list an employer or they didn't have the date right, wouldn't there be, typically in the employment process, the employer looks at it and decides, is it still okay to, but we don't have that ability to do that here. We can't exactly get that information and go into closed session and decide whether we're going to put them on the commission or not. So I'm just wondering, how is that process going to play out in real life in situations like that, where there's a background check and maybe there was one or two things that didn't exactly line up? Because, you know, people write their jobs, they get the month and the day wrong. I mean, they call an organization they worked for that used to be called something, it changed names. I mean, there's all kinds of variables to that. There must be some process involved where, I don't know, I'm just trying to figure out how that process would work at the city level here. Or are we creating a bureaucracy? I don't know.
A background check is very typical of most jurisdictions. They'll usually do background checks on new employees just to make sure that they have a degree that they say they have. So if you have, you know, an applicant that's saying that, you know, they have a master's degree or PhD in a specific, from a specific university, I think a background check would flag whether that's not true.
I have.
Go ahead, sure. Go ahead.
Well, on that same subject.
Sure, yeah.
So let me understand this. So let's say there's a Public Works Commission and we're appointing commissioners for Public Works, and there's 8 applicants. Do they have to take the background check and all of that first before they become applicants? Or do they apply, they go through the process, we interview them, we pick one, and then they have to do a background check? That's the process?
Correct.
So, and if that person happens to fail that background check, how do we reverse the fact that he's already been chosen as he or she has been chosen as a commissioner? What do we do then? Go, oh, sorry, he failed his background check, we have to do it all over again? That can't happen that way. So what's a better process? How can we do that? We can't have them all take background checks when they apply. That's 100 or whatever it is. It's just a bunch of money we're going to spend on 8 people when we're only picking one person. So
in all of in the cities that do provide this, they always do it after the fact. So,
after the fact.
Yeah. So once you make a selection, those individuals would go through background similar as staff. The applicant that gets chosen for a position here will go through background or a life scan, and then after the fact, if they do not pass, we would come back to you with a new vacancy for you to fill.
But then we have to go fill the vacancy again.
Correct.
Okay, and yet there's no real public explanation for that. There should be, I think. Shouldn't be you can't publicly announce that so-and-so didn't pass his background check. That's not going to work at all. So how do we fix that? What do we do with that? I agree with the background checks, first of all. You have to have a background check be a teacher or a daycare worker and so on and so forth. I mean, it makes sense, and especially in today's world, right?
So
they're a little loony out there. What do we do about it, though?
This is being presented as an option for council to decide whether they want to do it or not. You don't have to do it.
Well, we're talking about a handbook, first of all, but this background check business has come up here now. So
right, but the background check is, as the city clerk has said, they will check to see that the employment that they say they claim, the reasons why you appointed them to begin with,
right,
in some part,
right,
they'll check that. Now, if they don't pass, we can have a conversation with that person regarding variables to see, well, does it add up? Does it not add up? Why doesn't it add up? And if the explanations aren't reasonable, then we say, okay, they didn't pass the background check, and we can inform council as to why. And council can then decide whether to go forward with that candidate or not.
But are we informed publicly or in closed session?
Well, it'd have to be in closed.
It wouldn't be closed session. It would be by email. We could do it by email because this person is, again, not personnel. These are volunteers.
Right.
They're not covered by the Brown Act and closed session. Okay. There's no closed session. This would be, we could provide you notice by email as to whether or not someone passed a background check or not. But again, this is a choice. You don't have to do this if you think it's too onerous.
But it becomes part of the public record if it's an email.
Right, okay, hold on.
Can we tackle this with the handbook first, get that off the table?
Well, it's all on the agenda together. What do you mean?
I'd like to do it separately because there seems to be a lot of discussion, and I don't want to waste my whole night talking about this.
Well,
so I want to pass the handbook, and then if we can't figure out the other, we can table it for another meeting.
I'm fine with that, actually. I I just said that.
And that's
a
kind of my
minute ago.
suggestion
Well,
for us
there's
to
three
think about it
items,
for.
yeah.
But there's
items here
another
to
thing too,
approve.
that this communication with city council business,
Yeah.
I want to discuss that too, which is part of the handbook. So,
Let's get the handbook done.
all right. All right, the background check perhaps is a discussion for another day, I believe. So let's talk about the communication with city council business, if you don't mind. First of all, did we do public? Yeah, we did that already.
I don't think there's been public.
no, we
We're not
haven't.
deliberating. That's why I was
No.
asking questions. about
I
the
know,
background
okay, yeah,
checks.
questions of staff. Okay, so let's move on from questions of staff and go to public comment. Open public comment.
If you are joining via Zoom, now is the time to provide virtual comment on item 17I. Mayor, we do not have any virtual hands raised.
All right, so close the public comment, come back for deliberations. On the subject of communicating with city council. For instance, tonight, Commissioner Azant came before us and discussed an item that had come before the Planning Commission. Is that technically, would be, according to this, not allowed? It's a question.
I'll defer to the city clerk, but correct. Not at the council meeting. Could he have filed a written communication with you? Yes.
Yes.
Well, I'm in favor of getting rid of that language in the handbook, because I
agree.
don't think it's appropriate.
I
fine.
agree.
Yeah.
My only thing is, I think Commissioner Azant, Chair Azant, actually spoke on a topic that wasn't covered. It was related, but not the same.
That's true.
And what he asked for is a future agenda item. It was not talking about anything about the specific
That's true.
PDP.
That's true.
But I also agree with this
Yeah.
section, but I also agree with, letting commissioners workshop this as well.
Do you think, so what you're saying when you agree with that this should be stricken, commissioners are not permitted to speak during council meetings on topics that come before them?
Did the commissioners, reading their public comment from commissioners, I haven't heard from any of them. Did this get workshopped with them specifically? I understand the urgency of it.
No,
Did
no,
they get
we
a
did
chance
not
to-
workshop this with commissions, but if you would like us to go back, we're happy to disseminate, receive their feedback, and then provide an updated version. I was just trying to,
So we can approve this handbook and with that will be stricken from it.
yes, if that's your direction to strike that language, we're happy to do that, to disseminate this.
That would, okay, all right, thank you. Commissioner Jackson.
Mr. Mayor, I would suggest we just send the handbook back as is for comments from the commission, and then we can go through and see what they've redlined and then go line by line accordingly. So rather than us trying to sit here and try to go, well, this, we like this, don't like that, let's let them look at it all, the commissions take a stab at it and then come back to us that way.
Send this book, the
Just send it all-
handbook to all the commissioners.
Yes, sir.
Let them all discuss it in their own
Let
meetings.
them take a
and so
look
on.
at it and come up with their thoughts and concerns. And
That
then
seems
we
to
can-
be a reasonable idea. Yes, Commissioner Detoy.
Really, the only 2 pages are 17 and 18 that should be any controversial. Everything else
I
is.
agree.
Well, there's some other sections of this handbook I've got real problems with. This whole idea that it's long. We got this history and characteristics and the staff directory, which changes all the time. The definitions of the commissions were reworded, and it's different than what our ordinance says. They should be consistent with the ordinance. And these were public comments provided. I don't think those are needed in the handbook. And I think it does need to be sent back, and we need to, remove those things and,
All right.
and shorten it. But to send it to all the commissions and get input from each commission to come back to
You
us.
said you just wanted to send the handbook back to the commission.
No, back to staff to just revise it and bring it back to us.
Do
Bringing
you-
it to
All right, well,
4 or 5
that's-
commissions.
Okay, that's your position.
Yeah, I'm just saying that.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
Yeah, well,
Commissioner
no,
Keegan.
that was my point on the
I know,
revisions we need to make to this handbook.
Right.
We're making it too complicated, sending it back to commissions. We're going to get all these recommendations from different commissions.
Okay, thank you. I get it. Commissioner Keegan.
Well, I think it's great to get the input from the commissions, but I guess Myra shortcutted this to get it on the system she mentioned earlier. And it's just going to be a lot of time and energy spent on this. But if we all think that, some people think they need to have things stricken, I guess maybe the longer process might be the more better route to go if there's that much controversy over it. I mean, I think.
So you're in favor of sending this
Right,
back?
and I think, though, on the background checks, I just want to point out to my colleagues, I've lived here, 40 years, and we've never had an issue with anything on a background check or a live scan with a commissioner in the history I've lived here. And Rob's lived here 10 years longer than me, and I bet he never heard a rumor, and I would have known. I would have read about it.
I may have spent longer on commissions in the city than anybody.
Our biggest crime was a councilman putting his girlfriend on the insurance. That was a big controversy, Jack Wood.
Right. Yeah, I remember that too. 9 years on commissions in Hermosa Beach, and nobody ever asked me for a background check. So that's news to me.
Yeah, well, what I mean is.
It's not a bad idea. Don't get me wrong.
All right, so
Your Honor,
handbook.
do it.
Your Honor,
Handbook.
if I may, we're happy if you want to send it back to staff to take a first stab at a revise that then we can circulate among the commissions if you want that as well. And then bring it back to council.
Circulate it.
I think that's a fair compromise.
I think we've heard enough input here. We know where you're headed. We can take a stab at it, and then after we do it, we can take it to commissions and then bring it back to council if that works.
I think that's a fair compromise between all of our different positions.
That work?
So,
Okay.
shall we do that then?
Yeah.
Right. Send it back, work on it, bring it back.
Happy to do
again.
that.
Yeah.
I did have a question, though, about the sexual harassment
Yes.
training. That is something that we would have to set up in the system. I mean, I know the commission handbook can kind of wait, but is that a training that you wanted your commissioners to complete?
We have to do it.
How expensive is that per person?
It's already integrated into our system. It's just a matter of us activating it, and I just want to be consistent with what the requirements will be so that they know what they're applying for.
We all have to do it every year. We have to take sexual harassment. So, class, and get our certification, so
If
they
there's
should do
not,
it.
if there's a little cost, that's fine, yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that's
I don't
just,
want to pay $40 or something for everybody.
they don't pay anything.
I know,
Yeah.
that's good.
So, all right, well and good then. So then that's our direction.
Yeah.
All right, we can move on from this? Oh, wait, hold on. Excuse me. Councilman DeToy.
If the handbook is closed, I do agree with live scans. I'm on the fence and not really supportive of background checks. I think live scans are an important step. It is a criminal, just making sure that
That's good.
live scan is important. And
Yeah.
I'm surprised that even as a city council member, I don't have to get one done. I have to get one done at work. I know HR gets, notified the next day if I were to get arrested. I mean, they are representatives of the city, and I think that we need to get ahead of any issues that would arise possibly.
Are there three in favor of keeping the live scan as part of it?
I think so.
Yeah, yeah.
And the background check.
I'm okay with live
Well,
scan.
See, I'm hearing different things.
I don't think
Okay.
the background check is.
No background check.
But the live scan, I think, is very important.
Yep.
No background.
So we have three for live scan. Do we have three for background?
No, I scratch my head. You can claim to be a retired budget director, just about anything, and run for city council without any live scan or background check.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but don't you sort of get vetted during the
You only answer to the
process?
people. Ask New York.
Yeah, okay, good point. All right, I'm all for the live scan and the background check, and why don't you, I think we already settled
I
the
think
idea.
three
Let's
of
take
us
it back and.
want a live scan only with no background
Right.
check, I believe.
We have three of those.
For live scan. Okay, just want to make sure.
So it's live scan.
And those
no
three are
background.
you two and
Yeah,
who else?
Mike Detoy.
And you, okay.
Live scan, no background.
Yeah, correct.
Got it.
All right, that's how we do it here, majority rules.
And all of
So
us are in favor of the sexual harassment, so, okay.
that's true too. All right, let's move on then.
Let's move on.
Thank you. Item 18, future agenda items. So I would like to start off then because of a previous discussion. As far as decommissioning square footage, I don't have a problem with it, but I would like to have a future agenda item, and I would hope for 3 people for support, so we have an action item, and we can settle the idea. I'd like to know about when decommissioning floor space, how do we determine that they're in compliance, which is one question that I have about that. Is it possible, this is a question probably for city attorney, that a CUP can, if you're going to decommission floor space, that perhaps we should issue a CUP for that business if they have decommissioned floor space.
Building, you mean?
And then that CUP, they cannot operate without complying with the CUP, which would be during the lifetime of your business that you're using that building, that floor space cannot be recommissioned or illegally used. Is that possible that we could apply a CUP to that?
I'd have to look into that, and so
Okay.
future, you know, if
Right.
you're making it a future agenda item, I'd have time to look into
I
that.
think we've been doing it in the past, and that property that brought this all up that's already done too, so it's fine. And Planning Commission already approved it, so I'm not interested in digging that up. But then the issue that Commissioner Zant brought up is a reasonable one, to come back with some information about how do we enforce that? And could it be a CUP? I think that would be the easiest way.
Right, without getting into specifics.
Yeah.
We'll take that back as
Yes.
how, what recourse do we have?
Right.
What mechanism can we use
Right.
to make
Enforce.
sure that they,
Yes.
an enforcement mechanism on
Yeah.
that.
Right. So like in other businesses, if you have an alcohol license, then you have a CUP for that.
Right.
Yeah, you violate the CUP and then you get your license revoked and so on. So that would be, and then what kind of punishment do we do if they are not in compliance with decommissioned area? Do we fine them? How much do we fine them? What do we do? All of
So you're
those
just talking
questions.
generalized enforcement across the board?
Yes. What are the possibilities and so on? Either for fines or a CUP or whatever. Yes.
Mayor, just as a point, the CUPs run with the land, and this might be a better idea for a precise development plan instead of a CUP, but both run with the land. They don't go to a business. All of it goes, and it goes with
That's correct.
the landlord ends up being the one in control of it, not the tenants.
Well, that would be another question to answer.
Yeah, so.
Precise development plan or CUP? Okay, yes.
Correct, and so the way I took the public comment was staff bring back an agenda item for possible violations or penalty options of PDPs.
More
So-
CUP.
Well, we already have a CUP.
But there is no CUP for decommissioned areas.
Correct, and that is a precise development plan. So what are the violation options for a precise development plan? More broadly, you're talking specifically about violations of decommissioned square footage.
Right.
I'm more talking about more broadly, if they violate a precise development plan, what are the options that we can instill? So it's a more broad item than.
Oh, okay,
than specific.
all right, I'll accept that. I thought CUP might be more appropriate, but that's fine with me. I'm open to that. Okay, so do we have 3 people that believe that we should bring this back and discuss the punishment or enforcement, rather, of decommissioned area? I for
think,
one,
again,
do
more
that.
broadly as a precise development plan.
Okay, and are you in agreement with that?
Not in your specificity, no.
Well, in your specificity.
Yes.
So he has a substitute motion. The substitute motion is the more broad. So do we have 3 people that support that?
All right, that's the question.
Well, that's up.
Do we? We don't have to vote on this, just say so.
Do we have?
Francois?
I'm not sure yet.
Okay.
Right now, I'm not going
All
to
right.
say yes. We're talking about all enforcement options available in precise development plans.
For decommissioned, yeah. Oh,
For
okay,
precise development
okay, all right,
plans.
for precise development plan.
Land. So we're going to look at all the enforcement options
Yep.
available,
Yes.
including decommissioned spaces.
Including right.
And
That's correct.
this is not within the planning commission jurisdiction, correct? It's within our jurisdiction? Or does this have to go to planning?
No, we can
No,
direct staff to bring
We
it.
direct staff to bring it back to us, and we decide on it, and
Oh,
then,
no, we can also direct staff to bring it to the planning commission.
true, yeah, and then bring it back
And
to
that's
us.
what I
the-
would.
The first blush is a legal analysis.
Yeah, that's right. All right, so you can think about that for a moment. Councilman Kagan, do we have support?
Sure.
Okay, that's 2.
I mean, you got
3.
2, so it's an info item.
Now I'm in 2, that's 3.
I have a-
Councilman Jackson?
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Actually, staff, we are hearing an item, a de novo review on this, on a case that's similar to some of these discussion points. That's going to be, is that correct?
No, we're not having that, no.
We are not having that.
No, the de novo was,
No, we're having.
The de novo is already set.
Yeah, it's not.
It's set for the, it's set for the 27th because
Right.
2 council members, remember The Planning Commission hearing was the 16th of December, and so our next meeting wasn't until today. So that 15 days has lapsed, and 2 council members filed to have it heard.
So some of these
But when in our
issues
discussion-
that we are discussing this evening will be fleshed out with specificity with regard to this case.
Well, that's another question entirely.
Right? So I'm just, you know, we're going to hear that item that might inform this potential issue moving forward.
I guess to answer that, and I think it was phrased in the beginning of this discussion, that, you know, this is a future agenda item. It's not going to come back on the 27th, so whatever we do here isn't going to apply to that.
Right.
Got it.
Right.
But
That brings up
the
another
point
question.
to the mayor's point earlier, yes, it's coming back to them, because even though the discussion tonight was, yes, at a meeting you could, but if that meeting is within the 15 days, if that meeting is beyond the 15 days, it's the written submission that dictates whether it's brought up to de novo hearing.
But then the next question then is so regardless of what happens with that particular project.
Yes.
Let's assume that in some future meeting, we decide that this is what we should do about decommissioned areas and PDPs and so on. Would that ruling then apply to anything that's already been approved?
No.
No.
Well, no. So you're having that one specific case is happening on the 27th.
Right.
Right, and the motion, actually, the substitute motion, you're having a more generalized discussion. And if you come back in that generalized discussion, you take action on that, and it conflicts with the part that's already done.
That was my question. Okay, fine.
It's basically
All right,
grandfathered, right?
that's fine.
Right.
Yeah, it's grandfathered.
It's grandfathered in because that's a final
Okay.
action, and it happened before.
Okay, so
Whatever
staff
you're
will
gonna
bring
do.
back a report, and we'll work on that, and then we had 3 people, so that could be an action item when it happens at a future date. All right, does that satisfy everyone's interest?
And I just want to take the 3 of your 2 polls. Would you mind if it just went to planning commission and they could work through this? They just couldn't direct
Eventually going to come
staff.
back to us anyway.
Correct.
Yeah.
So let them get the first
That's fine.
look at this.
That's fine.
Okay, don't bring it back to council, give it to.
Commission to,
Yeah, bring it to planning commission first.
Right, Commissioner, we're still going to have.
So basically, you want to see it, but it's got to go through planning commission
Yeah,
first, is what I'm
absolutely.
hearing.
Come back here.
Yeah, that's fine, so we
Yeah,
can.
we're going to have some legal guardrails to provide to the commission.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, are there any other future agenda items anyone wants to suggest? No? Seeing none?
I think that Councilmember Detoy wanted us to all look at the long list to see if we could take some out.
Long list of what?
Future agenda items. Is that correct?
We're bringing that back. That was previously directed.
Oh, I just went through a whole bunch I thought we could remove.
Oh,
my own way.
Yeah. Okay, save them.
So we're not doing that.
No,
Okay.
no. All right. Do you have any other future agenda items to suggest?
No.
Speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay. All right, let's move on to 19, the city manager's report.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I just want to point out across the way from me, our city clerk, this is her last city council meeting here in the city of Hermosa Beach. I came here a couple years ago and worked out of a broom closet up on the 2nd floor and made this department her own and really blossomed and addressed a whole bunch of issues that had been lingering for a while, and she's done an absolutely fantastic job. We are absolutely sorry that she's going, but we wish her the best. She's got a 5-minute commute, she tells us, to a train, and then you got to take the train downtown. And yeah, I don't envy you being downtown, but we appreciate on behalf of staff and everything that you've done. She's been just a pleasure to work with. Ultimate professional, involved, engaged, and really made a huge mark on the city clerk's office. And it's going to be tough to replace her, but we wish her the best going forward. So that's our goodbye to Meyer. She is going to stick around, though, and we're going to see if she will take a bow at the State of the City on Thursday. A couple other things, household hazardous waste collection event. First, the city will host its drive-through household hazardous waste and electronic waste collection event from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Saturday, January 17th, located near the Clark Field Residents can drop off paint, batteries, chemicals, computers, phones, and TVs without leaving their car, and city staff will be there to help unload. Also, a reminder of the MLK holiday. City Hall and Community Center offices will be closed. On Monday, January 19th, in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day, street sweeping and parking enforcement along PCH will be suspended that Monday, as will all construction work, while all other local parking regulations remain in effect. Trash will be collected as scheduled. So hope everyone has had a great holiday. As always, Police and Public Works remain available throughout for non-emergency assistance. Please call the dedicated police department line at 310-524-2750. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. And Myra, I'd like to add my voice to that. When I first applied to be a candidate for city council 4 years ago, you were the first person I met. And you were so kind that day. And you've been the same wonderful person ever since. Appreciate all of your work here. You will be missed very, very much so in this chamber here. Thank you so much. Going to miss you. And you are required to be there on Thursday night, by the way. Oh, okay, great. Thank you so much. Anyone else want to say anything? Yes, Councilman
Thank you,
Jackson.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. It has truly been an honor and a pleasure to work with you. You've been a pillar of integrity and dedication from day one. There aren't many people that geek out like you do over 100-year-old documents and 50-year-old documents and 75-year-old documents. And to say that you inherited a soup sandwich is an understatement. Things were challenging, and that's putting it mildly. So thank you for developing a great team. Upstairs, you will be missed. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you for your professionalism. I know it's not easy dealing with 5 unique personalities. And everything else has been going on. But we wish you well. Thank you from this community to you.
Anyone else? All right. Thank you so much, Myra. Appreciate that. All right. So tonight's meeting is adjourned at 9:25 p.m. And we adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Kathy McCurdy and Rick Hankus. Rick Hankus and his spouse, Tim Biggs, have owned and operated Java Man and Ocean Diner in Hermosa Beach for years, while also supporting LGBTQ rights and a multitude of community organizations. Many of the local employees at Java Man and Ocean Diner have worked there for decades. Rick said in a 2022 interview when Java Man celebrated its 30th anniversary that it was his dedicated employees and customers who have kept Java Man alive through the decades. Community involvement is very important, Rick said in a 2022 interview after being honored at the Hermosa Beach Chamber of Commerce's Man of the Year. I was brought up by parents who were always involved in the community, the local churches and schools, he said. They always told me to give back without expecting anything in return. Rick was also Hermosa Beach Chamber of Commerce's president for 2 years, beginning in 1998. Rick was known as a humble hero, a legend, and the kindest person who gave back to the South Bay community and beyond. Rick passed away November 19th, 2025, at age 67. Kathy McCurdy served on the Hermosa Beach School Board for 18 years, 1991 to 2007, the longest tenure in the district's history. During her tenure, she was a key advocate for school funding, including a 2002 Measure J bond. Kathy was named Woman of the Year in 1998. She was also active in the Hermosa Kiwanis Club as an advisor to its Youth Builders Club for nearly 3 decades. Kathy was the wife of the late Richard Dick McCurdy, a longtime Redondo Union High School teacher, coach, who passed away in 2022. Kathy had a fierce love for the South Bay and tireless energy as a volunteer leader. Kathy passed away December 3rd, 2025, at age 74. Both Rick Hankus and Kathy McCurdy gave so much to this community. They will always be greatly missed. We thank them for their service, and may they rest in peace. Thank you all. Good night.